Yeah, so do our normal setups for things. Okay, let's see. There's that one.
Let me just open a new editor window in the meantime. So if needs be, I can open files without everything continuously going bleep.
Bleep, bleep. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay.
Yeah, I have already opened the different browser.
All right, good. Hey, everybody, hold on. We've got to do all of our pre-show setup here to tweet out things and let folks know to come join us. So, and Juliette's working on that. Bling, 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 bling.
Hang on. Now I see. This is a good thing. The sound had not been turned off for YouTube yet, and now I have.
There you go.
Something weird going on that didn't happen automatically, and I'm going to turn my bleeps down even more than I had before.
Okay. Turn my bleeps down.
Yeah. Well, you can still hear them, but they're very, very soft now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're soft. Much softer. Yes, there you go. Bling, 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 bling.
Yeah, I've been switching branches too often, so every single session I have open in my editor is saying, I need to reload files, I need to reload files.
Hey, Piotr.
Hello.
There. I think I got Twitter. I got Twitter now. Core PHP channel and core test channel. That's where Piotr probably went. Hey, she just pinged us.
Well, we're here, and we're looking forward to today.
Here, I probably should have put a here in here. Shouldn't I, Piotr? Ping everybody.
Are you allowed to do a here? That's always the question.
Yeah, in the test channel.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Now, I should have done that when I put that in there just to alert everybody. Hey!
Hey, Carolina. Nice of you to join us. Gonna have some fun today. So many PHP 8.1 fixes to go still.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, I don't want that in there. One more thing. Get rid of this.
Hey, Dennis is here as well.
Hey,
nice
off vacation.
And Carolina, I really hope we'll live up to your expectations. Learning is part of the deal of what we're doing. Let me make sure that I change the font size of my console, so it should be readable for people once we start screen sharing.
Okay. All right. See, I needed that 4 minutes. Oh, you're still technically on vacation, Dennis said. So.
Dennis, what are you doing here if you're still on vacation? Then again, hey, this might be part of someone's idea of holiday. You don't have to do it yourself. You can just watch other people do it.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Looking at all those pictures that he posted, woo! That was holiday. Yeah. So, all right. Hey, everybody. So we might as well go ahead and get started. Like I said, it took me all of that 4 minutes to get everything set up and tweet everybody and let everybody know to come join us. Thanks, anybody who's here right now live with us. Anybody who's watching the replay, Hi as well. What we're going to do today is we're going to continue working on the PHP 8.1 incompatibility fixes. There's a bunch of PRs that we're going to go through and review. We're going to do something a little bit different today because we've already explained a lot of different things in past sessions. We're going to just do a pair programming session and time box things, right? So in other words, let's look at this PR. Boom. Let's move on. PR. Let's move on. Let's move on. Now, if when we're reviewing, there's a question, please ask. And we'll stop and we'll talk about that. Go ahead, Juliette.
Yeah, well, for the first part of today, we're going to do the time boxing because there's a lot of small PRs ready. Mm-hmm. But then the second part of today, so that'll probably be, after an hour or two, once we've gone through the small ones. We've got a deep dive discussion to go about input validations and how hooks and PHP 8.1 and all the implications around that. And we're going to use one PR as an example for that, but that's probably going to be a long discussion, and we can really use input and ideas from people on how to fix that as well. Yeah. So please do stay around.
Yeah, the thing is this is a live working session, right? So we're hosting it, but we invite all of you to collaborate and contribute. So this isn't just, we're hoping it isn't just the two of us just working along. We're hoping that this is a mob programming session. We're literally live working session. So join in. You got a question, great. If you want to say, wait, why are you doing that? Do this. Add to the conversation and we'll engage with you live. Okay. All right. Quick introduction. Hi, I'm Tonya.
Hi, Tonya.
Hi, Juliette. Yeah. I'm a new core contributor. Woo! Also,
you're an all-time core contributor. You're a new core committer.
That's what I meant. Thank you. That's actually what I meant. Hey, yeah. I haven't had all my coffee yet, so everybody give me a break.
Okay. That's why I call it out.
Thank you.
It's an awesome thing that you're a committer now. It'll be so helpful to get all our patches committed as well.
Yeah, so that actually works when you think about it. Juliette and I work a lot together. So, with pair programming, one's creating patches, the other one's reviewing, and then we can get it committed and move along as long as there's good consensus along the way. But anyway, I'm a full-time contributor in core, have been full-time since February. I'm loving it. This is fun. I love contributing all day long and working with you all. Juliette, introduce yourself.
I'm just a PHP geek, and I do things, and a lot of it's to do with cross-version PHP and making sure things work no matter what setup people have.
Mm-hmm. She built a lot of tools too for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's making things work for everyone. Mm-hmm. It's part of it.
It is part of it. So, okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and get rolling.
Yeah, I'm going to post a link to the ticket we'll be working on, which is basically the small PHP 8.1 fixes one. And I'm also going to post a link to the open PRs on GitHub with my name on it. We're not going to go through all of those, but we are going to look at a number of those. Yeah. Basically, probably the ones at the top mostly. Mm-hmm. Basically, the ones which are marked with 8.1 largely. Okay. And Alain's just joined us. Nice to see you as well.
Did you put that in the chat or?
Yeah, I put it in the chat, and yeah, if you or me in the chat, we can actually see it in YouTube, but we don't see it in our local chat.
Yeah, I'm in the YouTube. I'm not seeing it there either. I wonder. Here, let me.
Can other people see the links I posted?
Can anybody see the links that Juliette posted in the chat? Give us a yay, no.
Yeah, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Something. Are y'all there? Hello?
There is a 10-second delay with YouTube, so people need to hear us say it first before they can do it. Okay, I'm getting a note from Dennis.
Nope.
That's not very useful. I did post them.
Here, Piotr said nope. Okay, so there's the list of all the open PRs from Juliette. So there's that. I wonder why it doesn't post. I noticed
the track ticket 53635.
Okay, and the ticket. Hold on one second. There we go.
It might be doesn't allow me to post links or something.
Could be.
Okay, summer.
There's the track ticket too, so you can go to the track ticket and then the PRs that are there. All right.
Yep.
So y'all know what we were talking about doing. I need to go back to the other one. Is we're going to go through some of the PHP 8.1 fixes that she has here, and then next week I'll get those committed after we get through a review. So let's go ahead. Where do you want to start?
Okay, let me start by sharing my screen.
Yep, and I'll switch to that. Hold on. I got to set it up for everybody to see.
That's okay.
That's not the right one, so please hold. Technical difficulties.
I'm going to just tell people, so if they've already got the track ticket open, they can just follow along. We're going to start with the last patch, which was uploaded to the track ticket. So that's 53635-08. That patch.
Can you zoom in on that a little bit for everybody?
I'm already zoomed in, but I'll zoom in more. Is this better?
Yep, that looks better on the screen.
Yeah. So we're going to go to this patch first. As we can see here in the description, it's a test-only fix. It's in the test admin includes plugin create plugin test or method, and it expects the first parameter to be a text string to be written to a plugin file using fwrite, which then causes a passing null to parameter data of type string is deprecated notice. So let's look at that patch.
Yeah, let me go back over to the ticket so I can look at it locally.
The patch is this create plugin method. I need to open up the file. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, because you're not going to get it this way. And by the way, we're at 16:17 when we started this. So we've got 10 minutes for this one.
Everybody time us.
Yeah, let's really time this. Test admin. And then the include plugin file. Okay. Now, so there should be a create plugin methods. This is the function call which we're changing.
Yep.
Now where is create? Okay, here's create plugin.
Yep.
It expects data as a text string.
Yes.
We can see it here. And it then passes that on to fwrite.
Yep.
That's the first place where data is used. And the content which you want to write to a file cannot be null. It's not nullable.
It's not.
If we look at the fwrite function in PHP itself, fwrite, you can see it expects a resource handle and then a string, and it doesn't say that string is nullable. It hasn't got a default value either. So we cannot pass null to it. This data does have a default value.
Yep.
But the place where we saw the problem was passing null to create plugin. So this is a very simple one. The null is just not a valid thing to pass to the function.
Yep.
And it's a test only fix. In other words, we don't need to create a test for it. I'm just changing the value there from null to an empty string.
Approved.
Yay!
All right, that was
5 minutes, and the first one is down.
Diggy. Okay, I'm just going to add that onto my commit list here. I've got a list going, so.
Yeah. As I said, a lot of these are really, really small. and quite simple. But you still need to analyze them, and you still need to check them, and you still need to figure out what's going on. So we are
Absolutely.
going to go through them just to
Right.
make sure I haven't overlooked anything.
Well, and that's the point too. When you're doing a code review, you need to understand the context around what the problem is, and then 2, how the fix is applied, and then 3, to make sure there's no side effects, there's no back breaks, which in this case there's not. It's a test. So yeah, that's a pretty simple one. So yep. All right. Next.
Yeah. Okay, that one is done. Then we're going to go to the PR list.
Alrighty.
And I don't really have a preference in order, except for the one particular one I'm going to leave for later. So we can just start with the first PHP 8.1.
The normalized cookies.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I did these last week, so it's been a few days since I looked at them as well. But let's have a quick look at what the PR description says. And I've made my screen a bit larger so people can read hopefully what it says in the live stream. But it is PR 1625 if you want to follow along, so you can open it on GitHub yourself as well. Oh, fun. This is to do with requests.
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the request cookie class expects valid non-null attributes to be passed either as an array or as an object of a certain type. But the WordPress native WP HTTP cookie get attributes explicitly sets a couple of indexes, and those indexes may be null.
Right.
Yeah. So if you then use string to time, for instance,
Whoops.
So string to time again is one of those PHP functions which expects a string, and that string is non-nullable.
It's not nullable. Right.
As you can see, date time. So yeah, this is typically something where you can get the passing null to parameter is deprecated notices. So let's have a look at the actual patch.
Yep.
Okay, I'm adding a filter there, but let's actually look at the file properly now. Because what I described there, let's see where that is and what it's doing. Line 462, sort of. Is it this one or? Yeah,
it's not quick to navigate to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here, this is where it checks that cookies is an instance of HTTP cookies.
Yep.
And oh, sorry, I'm in my fixed file. I need to go back to the previous commit.
Yeah, so you can see the difference between the two.
I'm getting you confused with what's. Sorry.
That's okay.
I just want to go to the previous commit. I don't want to see the previous commit. I just want to see the file at the previous commit. How do I do this? I think this might be it. Yeah, okay.
Yep, there it is.
Here we go. So let's go back to that function again. Okay, so here it checks if we've got a HTTP cookie, and then it creates a new cookie and passes certain values, including the return value of get attributes. And get attributes is used on value, and value is one of the cookies from the cookie jar, which is supposed to be a WP HTTP cookie. So if I go there, let's have a look how get attributes is declared here. Okay, so it declares an array with expires, path, and domain. And it uses this expires, this path, and this domain. Now, let's go to the top of the file. This expires, may be null and is null by default.
Mm-hmm.
This path,
String.
this should say or null because hey, it's null by default or unset, and domain same thing. So all three of those values which are set here at the bottom may be null.
Mm-hmm.
And they then get passed on to the request cookie. So let's also
Now let's
look
go
at
there.
that one, which is passed in the constructor as the attribute, and it's set to attributes here. And let's have a look at the backtrace which I showed here. Okay, so 9237 and 268. Okay, so okay, the reference numbers aren't completely correct anymore, but yeah, so it saves attributes, and then at some point it uses those attributes. Let's look for that string to time.
There we go.
Yeah, normalize attributes. So if it expires and expires is null, it still passes it to string to time, and this is your problem.
Yeah.
This is the wrong input being given, but asRequest is an external library and has clearly defined that the attribute value should be either a string or a boolean, or in this case it accepts an int as well. We're not complying with those requirements from the external class.
What happens when it's not 8.1 and we get a null that passes through there? What was the behavior previously?
Let's go and look at 3 flaw.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Typing is an art.
When you're also talking.
Yeah. String to time. Let's say today, and do that in a var dump. Then do var dump. Null. String to time.
String to time with null.
Null. And look at all supported versions.
Yes.
So what string to time does, it returns Boolean false. And that's actually exactly according to the specification, returns a timestamp on success, false otherwise.
Now, coming back into WordPress, let's say that it returns false. I'm just looking at what's the logic if you can go back to that screen. So if false comes back, is false just returned? So null is returned.
Yeah.
Okay. So it does come back with null for that. How is null then used within core?
It's not necessarily used within core. Let me look where this normalize attributes is used.
Okay.
I'm
just curious as we trace through, because here
the normalize function is
if null unset.
It's called normalize, and normalize is called at the end of the constructor here. And it normalizes the attribute for use in the cookie later on. Yeah,
and I saw that it unsets it. So if it's equal to null, it unsets that attribute.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yes, so that's the same. That's where I wanted to get to, because that's what this patch is doing. Is we then don't need to run through all that logic. It just isn't going to set that particular attribute when you pass it into the constructor.
Yes. Correct.
Right. Okay. That's what I wanted to see, to make sure there wasn't a break somewhere.
Thank you for making sure that we actually got to that point, because this is crucial. It doesn't set the attribute. So what I'm proposing in my fix is say, okay, instead of passing get attributes blindly onto the constructor of request cookies, I'm proposing we call that function
right there,
and then filter it. And not filter out all the empties, which is typically, if you don't have a callback with array filter, it will filter anything falsy, which is really useful in a lot of cases.
It is.
In this
Not
case,
here.
if the attribute is false or if the attribute is an empty string, we don't want to filter it out. We just and only want to filter out the null values.
Just the null.
Yeah, so what we do is we get the attribute, we use a callback to filter it. And that means that the attributes we will now pass to request cookie will just contain the attributes which actually have a value and will already be cleaned off the null values.
Right. So the reason I asked that question earlier to continue through the stack, what happens if it got a null before 8.1? What happens to that? It returns false. False then returns null, and then request took care of normalizing and unset it. So we're just saying here we're also unsetting it, so it doesn't need to run through that logic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we didn't change the behavior, is what I'm saying here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's also test fine. I mean, the reason this one is one I looked into is because there were actually 2 failing unit tests because of it.
See it. Yep.
And those tests already basically safeguard that the behavior is the same pre and post fix.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Paul.
On 8.1 they were failing and now they're passing. Hi, Paul.
Yeah, that makes sense. When I first saw this one, I thought, I'm going to leave this one here because I wanted to talk about follow that stack through in requests so that I could understand to make sure that behavior wasn't being changed. So that's why I left this one. Let me ask you too, should there be a static on that callback?
That's a very good question. Yes, there should be.
Okay. Other than that, I don't see anything else there that caught my eye. I think that one is a very valid. It actually, too, now we're not having to do that unnecessary processing when a null is passed in. There's no reason to send that attribute off to request. So, yeah, I like that.
And this is also a very valid use of a closure. I mean, we could use a callback here. A callback function, but I mean, this is very explicitly showing what we're looking for.
Exactly.
And it keeps the logic contained within the function. This is not something which interacts with the WordPress hook system. So this is not a closure at a point which needs to be potentially be unhooked, which is not possible with closures in the WordPress hook system.
Right.
So this is a perfect place where we are allowed to use a closure.
Yep, I agree. So,
and yes, I agree. This should probably be.
Okay, I just added a comment there. That's funny. I just did it too. Yeah, just refresh.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, good. That's a good reminder for us then.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just double check the rest of it to make sure. So that one's doing name. So what I'm doing now, everybody watching, is I'm just going through the code review process to make sure, do I have any other questions that this needs to be addressed?
Jose has a very valid question here. This filters all attributes, just not the time, not just the time. So should we also check if the null might make sense somewhere else? Well, that was the whole point why Tonya looked at this whole this part of the request class. Here, basically, it normalizes the attribute. It doesn't matter what attribute, because there are various attributes here which are being normalized, not just expires which use a string to time, but also max age, which if that would get a null would get throw a similar problematic deprecation with preg match. Because the value here for preg match, the subject of the preg match cannot be null either. So that would just be as problematic. With domain, again, similar thing. You can't use array access on null. You can use it on a string or on an array, but not on null. But then, okay, with domain, it's not actually a problem. It checks.
You've got an empty check.
No.
Yep.
But yeah, so for max age, it would still be a problem. For expires, it would be a problem. So it's the fact that we're filtering more than just expires is a good thing. And then if we look at the normalize function, here it normalizes the one value. And if the return value is null, it unsets the attribute. It doesn't matter what the key was of the attribute. It does that for every single attribute. So the fact that we're filtering out all null values of the attributes is fine, because otherwise request would do it anyway.
Right. So we're just pulling it up before we send those attributes off into the constructor. That gets rid of unnecessary processing as well. So we're taking care of a couple of different things here. That was a great question, by the way, Jose.
Yep. Very valid question, and I'm glad you asked it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Considering the time boxing, we're at 15 minutes. So are we happy with this, Pat?
Yeah, I was just checking one more thing. Yeah, this one is good. So all we need is that one change, and this one can be committed. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Next.
So I'm going to close the windows I opened for this. Next. Okay. So the next one is real escape in WDP. Oh, of a DB. I mean, seriously, if there's one file you really do not want to touch,
it's this one.
And then in the real escape functionality as well. So that's the fun one.
Yeah, let's go through this.
Yeah. Okay, so basically here we have a PHP native real escape string function. Let's look that up.
Yep.
That function, real escape string, in the procedural style, which is the way WordPress uses it, it expects a MySQL object or a resource, depending on the PHP version. And it then expects a string to escape.
That is not nullable.
This string is non-nullable, yeah. So
you're going to hear us say that a lot. So just so you all know.
A lot of these fixes are of the same type. But they are often, the fun thing is a lot of these fixes, well, a lot of the problems are of the same type, but a lot of the fixes are all slightly different. We're not using one pattern to fix them. We literally check what is the best fix in a certain given situation.
Yes.
So so passing null to real escape string will result in that deprecation. Previously, an input type check was put in place to prevent fatal errors on PHP 8.0 when an array, object, or resource was passed. And there's a change set I'm referencing, but as we're on GitHub, that link doesn't work.
Yeah.
Null was explicitly excluded from the check. Do not ask me why. Even though a null value being passed would only ever result in an empty string anyway. And this commit changes the previous input type check to also bow out early for null values. So let's now look at the proposed fix. We can see here that it already had a is scalar check or is null.
Or is not null.
Yeah, is not scalar and is not null. Then return an empty string. And I'm now removing the and is not null. So if it's null, it will also just return an empty string. And I've put a test in place for this with a lot of different types.
Yep, very good.
Which just checks if we use that real escape string function in calling it via WordPress DB. Does it still contain the same values in pre-PHP 8.1 and post PHP 8.1 and prefix and postfix? Shall I just run through that test and
please, because that was my very first thought, of course, is what's the behavior before this change in everything except 8.1? Did we change the behavior? That's always the question we have to ask in our mind. We don't want to change the behavior here.
Okay, what I'm going to do, and let me just show my Git client. I'm going to go to the branch. So there's a branch here, and what you see here is I did two commits. The first commit added the test, the second commit added the fix. Okay, so I'm going to just check out the commit with only the test at this moment. Yeah?
Yep. You all get why she's doing that, right? The fix is not there now. She's going to run everything without the fix and let's see what happens. And then apply the fix.
I do need to know what the file name of the test file name is. Okay, then let's go PHP unit, filter, and just and only run this test. Oh, let me do this better. Let's actually show the tests we're running. Okay, so you can see I'm using this real escape input type handling test function, and I'm throwing all sorts of different things at it.
Yep, that's good.
And all these tests pass on PHP 8.
Yep.
Now I'm going to switch to PHP 8.1. And we're going to run the test again.
Now we should see deprecation notices.
Yeah. So everything still passes except the null one. Yep. If I now go back to my Git client and check out the commit which actually contains the fix as well as the tests, then run the tests on 8.1 again, everything passes again. So this fix, and I very consciously added tests for this because the real escape string is such essential security for any database request. I really wanted to make sure this didn't break anything. So that's why I added such an extensive long list of all sorts of different types of inputs, just to be sure that there would be no difference between what was previously the behavior and the current behavior. Yep. Basically, it was already giving an empty string back if it was null, and it still does.
Yeah, and that was going to be the next question is what should it beforehand, what was it giving back without the deprecation notice? It was an empty string. So we have not changed that behavior.
Yeah, there was actually an inefficient way of doing it because it was going through the motions of, either calling escape a string or checking for the doing it null, doing it wrong. It was checking with the at placeholder escape. If the input was null, we can just bow out early and return an empty string because it's never going to be anything else but an empty string returned anyway.
Exactly. So then my mind
here as well.
Yeah, my mind then goes. I put the change set all so that you guys, anybody watching, can open up that change set and you see that was intentionally put in. So then my question is, what was the reasoning why that was put in? So in my mind, then I want to go back and read the ticket and see if I can gain context of why that was put in. Did you do that too?
I did, and it was put in as one of the PHP 8.0 fixes.
Right.
Probably because there was an array being thrown at it or something, and they were getting putting converting an array to a string doesn't work warning. The thing is, there were no tests added at that time, so they didn't. There was no real check done on what the behavior was when this fix was put in place.
Yeah.
So I think more than anything, this was a quick fix rather than the deep analysis fix.
Yeah, I'm going back and looking at the ticket. I don't see a discussion specifically that talks about we need these two checks. And that's more what I was looking for was something put into where this was very specifically intentional for X, Y, and Z. I don't see that in the ticket. That's pointing my eyes to,
last year, a lot of the fixes, like every year, there's a lot of time pressure to get WordPress ready in time for a new PHP release.
Yep.
Last year, that time pressure was just as high as now. And there were very few people even looking at it. And I think more than anything, it was set up like this just to get it fixed without And yeah, there was no discussion or anything. It was just getting things fixed,
Yeah.
not looking at the wider context of, is this the right fix?
Yeah, I'm not even seeing props on it, so okay. All right,
I
that
know. Yeah,
yeah.
I
Anyway.
don't like playing the blame game.
Oh no, I wasn't. I was just trying to see
No,
if it could point me to somewhere
I can
in a
point you.
conversation. Yep. So
I can point you, but I'm not going to.
no, that's okay. Yeah, in my mind, when I look at this, when something is very critical to WordPress, going back and spending a little bit of time, for everyone who's listening, spending a little bit of time to understand why a change was put in the way it was put in helps to make sure that you're not missing some sort of specific use case and scenario you hadn't thought about. In this case, I don't see anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's exactly for that reason that I did go back, that I did do a blame
yep.
to try and figure out
Find it.
why was this not null put in, and there's just no good reason.
No, and that's what I'm saying. So,
and I think if tests had been added at the time,
yeah,
that wouldn't have been added because they would have seen they could have blown out early, except
exactly.
no tests were added at the time.
Right.
So, yeah, then you're more working in the blind.
Right. And the thing with this one, too, is before the deprecation notice in 8.1, I mean, it ran. It was fine. But look how much code it had to run through. So that's processing that didn't need to get done. If it's null, bail out. Don't do all that processing.
But let's, for the fun of it.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's look at 7.2. Sorry, 7.4. Mm-hmm. And let me open up the file. WordPress test suite source includes and then wpdb. And do we know what line it was? Do we remember that?
Hold on, I can tell you. Yeah, it's like around 1162.
Yeah, okay, so let's remove this whole is scalar because that was put in last year.
Yeah.
So let's take all of that out and then run the tests. I'm currently running them on 7.4. And you can see that if there had been tests, even on 7.4, there would already be errors.
Yeah.
I can go further back. Let's go to 7.1. And for 7.1, I need a different PHP unit version. So switching those. Let's see on 7.1. It's still already. So all of this was, there were already warnings being thrown. The difference is, I think that with PHP 8, and we can see that, with PHP 8, those warnings became fatal errors, I think.
Yes, they did. Mm-hmm. Which is why this became higher priority to fix.
Yeah. So if we now look here, now we see a type error and not just warning. These were warnings. So because of the type error, it became a thing which had to be fixed in PHP 8.
I'm actually amazed that the warnings weren't reported by somebody in a track ticket, so that we would have fixed this a long time ago.
Do a search on track.
Yeah, that's already made a mental note to myself to go back because I also do a lot of triage work too. They might be able to close out some tickets here.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect that it will be have been reported at some point. And the answer, rightfully in some ways, would have been, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, right.
And a plugin is doing something wrong.
Yeah.
But by the time it becomes a fatal error, it is something WordPress needs to fix because that impacts end users in a way that we don't want to happen.
That's absolutely right. So, okay. Let me just take...
So that deprecation notice, we could have said, people are doing it wrong, but it just makes sense to actually fix it.
Yeah.
because it saves on the processing time. As you also, instead of having to go through all this code, we're now just bowing out early and the result is the same. So it actually makes WordPress more efficient to fix it.
Yes.
So that benefits everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me just read through the test here so we can get it approved and move on. Yes. Okay, that one looks good. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to go ahead now because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. So I'm going to go ahead and just approve this one.
I do see a typo.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Various.
Well, go ahead and note those.
Yeah, I've done that.
Good. Data provider.
Yeah, otherwise it's
got a
quite
covers.
Yeah. It's got named data provider, named data sets in the data provider. It's got keyed entries with the keys matching the parameters in the actual test method, which means that even with named parameters, it will not error out.
I don't see any.
It uses assertSame.
I don't see any other typos or anything. Okay, that one looks good to me. So just that one typo, fix it up, and then that one's ready to go.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so that one is done again.
I do want to stop just for a minute. If anybody was watching, I just want to be very clear that when I was looking at the ticket and looking for the props were not for blame. The props were just to see if I can point to where the conversation was happening, right? So we're not in the business of blaming ever. Believe me, I make lots of mistakes myself. So
yeah, I mean, it's not about pointing blame. It's about learning from what was the motivation for something.
100%.
And yeah, we all learn over time. We
Absolutely.
all get better over time. So, and sometimes things just happen due to time pressure, which didn't allow someone to spend enough time on it. And that's fair enough.
It is, absolutely.
In a better way.
Absolutely. The main thing I want you all to take away from this are a couple of points, and I just want to point it out, and then we're going to move on. 1, tests. Make sure there's test coverage for these types of very, very, very important things. As she showed, would have caught her a long time ago. Number 2, when reviewing code, go backwards to understand the context of how we got here now. Okay, that's very important. And then number 3, make sure that we're not breaking behavior. Whatever changes we're making, understand the behavior before, which she showed, and the change didn't break that behavior. Okay, I'm done. I'm off my soapbox now. Let's move on to the next one.
Well, I'm actually going to skip one and go to 1632 at this moment.
Good, I'll jump.
And by the way, if anyone has questions while we're going through these things, please
ask
in the chat and do ask. So in this case, we're looking at WP privacy anonymized IP. Again, one of the null to non-nullable. Okay, there are tests, but apparently they needed some extra.
Let's open this up, take a look.
And again, so we're using substring count. Let's look at that PHP function first, so we know what we're talking about. Okay, so length is nullable, but everything else isn't. And in this case, it's about parameter 1 haystack, which expects a string, which is not nullable.
All right, so let's see what we got here.
So let me open it up, yeah. And actually, let's look at the commits individually.
Yeah.
first go at the first commit. So there is already a test in place. It calls the function in question, and it then does an assert same. It checks if the result is the same. It already uses a data provider, which is also good.
Awesome.
Not named the dataset provider, but that's something to fix up later. In this case, let's see, it has a huge amount of test data.
It does. One of them's null, I see.
Which is a good thing, but it wasn't testing the null values well enough. So it did have a test for null, but it didn't have a test for any other non-string values. So I've added test for other non-string values.
Right.
Shall I run the test?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
8. Okay, yeah, we're on 8. I can just do this particular method. Let me check out the commits. This is, yeah. Oh, what did I change here? Oh, remember I removed that scalar to test.
Yes, so you did.
That change, reset it, and then I can check out the commit which we want. And I'm not even going to run all the tests in the class. I'm just going to run the test for that particular test method because it's got that huge data set already. So on 8.0, all of those pass. If I now switch to 8.1, we get the expected error on the null data set.
Yep.
Which was data set 0, which was passing null. Everything else is still fine. But if we then look at the data which I added, basically where if it's null, if it's false, if it's true, if it's 0, if it's 1, all of them would still result in the IP address 0000. So if we then look at the actual function, so I'm now going to the next commit. This function is doing heavy lifting.
You don't need all that processing.
And only at the end it basically says, okay, if none of that works, return 000. Yeah, we can short circuit that basically.
Yes.
So basically, in all those extra test cases I added, we can short circuit to 000, and even in some more cases, probably. I mean, we could possibly even use isScalar because for true.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we go back to the tests, true.
It's the same thing with true.
Which would still also return 000.
Yeah.
So we could use isScalar, but that might break somewhere which I haven't taken account of. But if empty is definitely safe for the empty string, for the false case, for null, for a 0 integer, for a 0.0 float, all of those, it will just return this IP address of 000 anyway.
And that's in scope for what you're doing here. So looking at the scalar might be something different. The two things I see from this. One is that it fixes that deprecation notice, which is what we're working on. But we also get a little performance boost right here too. So I like that.
Similar to the other PR, basically bow out early when we don't need to do all that processing.
Absolutely. So yeah, this makes sense to me. Why do all that processing, which you know you're going to get down to the bottom and just return it anyway when it's going to be a falsie? So in this case, that makes sense to me. Yep. Now let's just check it to see.
At the same time, let's be fair. I mean, IP address is supposed to be a string, so realistically, but that needs more tests.
Right.
We could do an isString, or rather is not string, and if it's not a string, return 000 anyway.
Yeah.
But that is something which would need deeper testing than what I'm
Yes.
currently doing. I've
Correct.
currently focused on making sure that the fix I'm putting in place now doesn't break anything, and that it maintains the same behavior in PHP pre 8.1 and PHP 8.1.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That the checking is string needs a lot more, just a lot more deeper investigation, and would have to take a look. But that's outside the scope of what we're doing here. This fixes this specific case. It also gets a performance boost, and that might inspire anybody listening, hello, that might want to go and say, what if we just change that? If you're not a string and you're not an empty string, right, or you're not an empty string, just ban, get out of there. Put a guard clause in here. If you want to go and open a ticket and take a look at it, that might be something you want to look at. So,
yeah, that's definitely would be a valuable addition.
Yep.
Possibly with a doing it wrong kind of message. Yep. But for now, but empty string would not be necessarily be doing it wrong, but everything else would be.
Everything else would be, yeah.
Yeah. For now, this fixes it, and again, this is again a slightly different fix as the other fixes we've seen before.
Yep. So I'm just going to go ahead and approve this one. I don't see anything negative with it.
Good. Right. So the next one we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, go ahead and gear that up. Let me finish this while you gear it up. Go ahead.
Yeah. The next one is again a null to non-nullable deprecation, and it's in WP comment query. Get comment IDs. Again, one of those parts of WordPress where you're like, oh my God, do I really need to touch this? Yes, you do. Or rather, I do. So yes. And this one only has one commit because there's already an existing test which specifically tests the situation which is problematic. So while Tonya is still typing up the ticket, I'm going to switch to PHP 8 again for the tests. I'm going to switch to... Actually, I'm not going to switch. I'm going to stay where I am. But I'm going to run the test anyway.
Okay.
On PHP 8.0. And we can see the test passing. Now I'm going to switch to PHP 8.1.
Okay. Place your bets. What's going to happen?
Well, we already know what's going to happen because... Yep.
Oh, there it is.
Null to non-nullable is deprecated, and if we look at string lengths, typo, but luckily PHP caught it. Except now it's showing me Chinese. That's not helpful. Let's go to English. Okay, so string length expects a string, and again it's not nullable. So that's fair enough.
Yep.
There is a test already literally covering this. Search null should be ignored.
Okay.
So what's the fix? In this case,
right, we're checking is it set.
Yeah, I'm just adding an is set, and this was one of those horrendously long functions, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
This is one of those 400-line functions which should have been a class. But this particular case was already covered by tests. So, I would love this method to be refactored and this whole class to be refactored. But
that's out of scope.
Out of scope, yeah. For now, the string length is just checking that it's basically that search is not empty. And if it's because if it's empty, it will return 0, and that's falsy.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's going to
therefore
skip that
it will
anyway.
ignore this whole clause.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's null, that would also be equivalent to empty.
Right.
We need to skip this whole clause as well. So
can you do a just for everybody watching? Can you do the eval on that one too, just so that we can see the difference? That string length is going to return false for us if it's null there, or if it doesn't even exist.
Sorry, what are you asking?
Go to the 3. Where is that? Hold on. Yeah, this.
Oh, you want me to do an eval for this?
Yes, please. I was just pulling it up. I just want to show folks that, and myself.
The string length. Oh, wacht. Let's declare an array with a number of different values. Null, false, true, 0, 1, empty string, foobar, just to name a few. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to do a for each array as key value, mm-hmm. var dump value string length value.
There you go.
No, actually, this is not going to be very useful, because if I do it like this, you will just get them one after each other, and it still won't show. So echo string length is that way we know what's going on.
Okay.
And then I need a closing brace.
There we go. Let's run it.
So with null, null, with false, null, with true. Mm-hmm. I mean, the whole thing is, if it's a scalar, it will be cast to a string. So
that's right.
True will be cast to the string 1, and therefore it will have a value 1. Mm-hmm. Integer 0, yeah, mm-hmm. it will again be the string 0, mm-hmm. and then have a value of 1, a length of 1. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
How about in the instance where that key does not exist? In other words, the is set, that key does not exist.
Okay.
Which is the specific that we're checking here, right? We're not checking a falsy state, we're checking that it doesn't exist.
Not necessarily. Okay, so null is null.
Null is null.
Yeah. Yep. Var dump string length.
Right. Null. So while she's setting that up, we're checking two things. One, that is set determines if a variable is declared, right? The key we're checking, is that key declared, and it's different than null. So we're just checking one more thing here.
I'm doing two things here. On the one hand, I'm saying, okay, if a variable exists, but it's null,
yep, do
a string length. And then for a variable which doesn't exist,
and
do a string. And when in both cases it returns null,
yep,
as in 0 as length, but in the second case it also gives an undefined variable.
There you go.
The thing in this particular case, search will always be declared.
Okay.
I did check that at some point. There is a reason why search is always declared. However, it may not be set. It may be 0.
Okay. Alrighty.
So yeah, sorry, it may be null.
Null.
Which means
yeah.
All right. And I did, to be quite honest, as we saw with the previous eval, there are more cases where, come on, there's more cases where we could probably skip the clause, but I tried with empty. I did
You set that to empty?
Search is empty, and then some other tests started failing. So I figured, yeah, again, this is a huge function. Should have been a class. Probably should be designed with modern PHP in mind now instead of how it was written 15, 20 years ago.
Oh, sure.
But this is not something which is within the scope of
Yeah.
the fixes we're doing today.
Of course, my little spidey senses starts to go up going, why would empty fail test? But again, that's outside the scope of what we're working on here. Okay, that looks good to me.
I need to look. I don't remember exactly, but as I say, I did this a week ago. Since then, I've done another, 50 PRs.
Yeah.
I don't remember that kind of shit.
Well, why not?
I'm either here or somewhere else. I did check with empty, and then something started failing.
Okay.
We can check it, but then I probably need to test run the whole test class. Let's say that.
It might be good to run the whole test class too with the isset, just so that we could see that.
Well,
did we already do that? No, we just ran the one test.
No, we didn't. So, but did I even change to the right branch? No. So okay. So this is without the isset. Now let's switch to the right branch. So this is the complete test class.
Yeah.
Yep, it's got the 8.1 error. Now I'm running it on 8.1 with the fix in place. And all tests are green.
Love green.
And if I now go and say, okay, line 804, and that opens on a different screen. Okay, go 804. If I do... if not empty, and run them again. I'm pretty sure there was something in this one, or it's one of the other ones.
There it is.
So yeah, okay. So in this case, it was probably search integer 0, because remember when we did that var dump?
Yep.
That it came up with string length 1 for integer 0.
Yep, there it is. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why.
That's why. Okay.
Yeah, and this is why I'm not using empty in that particular fix, because there is a test in place which would fail, and I would therefore be breaking.
Yes.
Backward compatibility. I would be breaking existing behavior.
Exactly. So
I'm going to reset what I just did.
Yep.
Are we happy with this fix?
Yeah, I'm happy with that one. So, okay.
Anyone got questions about it?
Anybody else see anything?
Or everyone is just thinking like, okay, there was a hurricane in New Orleans, but this is Hurricane Tonya and Juliette. Speed we're going at.
You looked at that and you thought, that was a very simple fix. You still need to go deeper to take a look at, okay, why is set? Why not empty? What was the behavior before? What's the behavior now? And so on. So, yeah.
And in this case, there were enough tests in place. I didn't need to add to it. I just needed to fix it.
Yeah, and for me, what I would do is I say, okay, there's tests in place. I don't necessarily always trust the test, so I'm going to go and look at the test, make sure the tests are doing what I expect. Yeah. I might even do, and that's why I asked you to do it, is to go and actually now let's see what the behavior is when we create those examples and snippets. So what I'll end up doing when I do a review is to go and say, go to this part in the stream, but also we did this and this to validate. Yep, it's good. So extra steps. So.
Yeah, but that's how you do a code review.
That's exactly
right. And often also how you create a fix, to be quite honest.
And absolutely.
I do that kind of thing continuously myself as well.
Yep. Okay. So that one's good. Let's move on. I'm not going to prove it yet because I want to write up a little bit so that all that context of what we discussed is in there for our later selves.
Well, if you want to write that up while I introduce the next one.
Yeah, I want to grab those evals and so on, but I'll do that later. It's fine. I took a note. When we get done, I'll go back and put that in. Go ahead.
Okay.
Next.
In this case, well, let's stick to the null to non-nullable for now. Before we move on.
Term. Okay.
Term exists. Yep. Again, one of those awesome functions. Term exists expects a string or an integer for the term parameter, but doesn't do any input validation. One of the pre-existing test cases passed null to the function, leading to
trim.
Passing null. Let's look at trim. Trim, doesn't have any nullable variables. So that's pretty clear.
Yep.
Now I'm doing a cursory check, etc. So then this function should in all reality be rewritten to 2 or 3 different functions, as the number of different return types for this function introduces a high risk of failure into any code using this function.
It also makes it very hard to test it as well and debug.
I'm going to show this in a minute, but let's first, before we do anything else, run the tests on 8.0, and that should pass, obviously. Yeah, now we're going to run that same test on 8.1, and I haven't checked out the branch with the fix yet, so now we should see a failure. Yep, okay, so we've got the confirmation there. Let's check out the branch which contains this fix. And run it again. Okay, so we have confirmation that whatever I've done in this PR will actually fix it. And what am I doing? Okay, I'm literally just checking for null.
Yeah, and if it's null, then just return.
Yeah, and the reason why I made that remark. Okay, so it expects an integer or a string, but it doesn't do any input validation. Yeah, I'm not checking specifically for integer or string because, a term, I can imagine there might be plugins there which would have term value objects with a toString method. So I very clearly do not want to break those kind of integrations.
Yes.
For now, I'm fixing the immediate problem. But this is what my comment about refactoring is about.
Yeah, look at all those returns.
It returns null if the term does not exist.
Yep.
It returns the term ID if no taxonomy is specified and the term ID exists. It returns an array of the term ID and the term ID taxonomy ID if the taxonomy is specified and the pairing exists. And it returns null if term null is passed to the function. Seriously, what the fuck? I mean, sorry. Can any human still understand what you're going to get back?
Wow.
Without, literally spending half an hour reading and rereading that comment.
And then going through all the scenarios to understand it. And yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, but this to me is a function which should not exist in this form. As I say, this might be a function which we want to deprecate, split it up into separate functions, which call this function as a private function under the hood.
Yeah. Well, that's outside the scope of what we're doing today. So there's a lot of old code in core that is doing too much. And this is another one of those examples. I was talking about one the other day with a team and had another example. And they're all through core like this. But then again, that's outside the scope of this. But if you're listening, you might be going, what other things can we do?
Jose has a very valid question here. Should the documentation be updated to return null if the input is invalid? Well, in my opinion, that's already covered by the first line.
Yeah.
Return null if the term does not exist. If you pass the term null, it will never
That doesn't exist. Yeah.
Not if it's null. If it's The string null, it might exist,
Yes.
but this is not the string null. This is null as a variable type.
So it doesn't
That will
exist.
never exist as a term.
Yeah.
And therefore, in my opinion, that's covered by the first line of the documentation.
Yeah, and I thought the same thing. Yeah, so.
But it's a very good question, and,
Yeah,
and it is something to always keep in mind with these kind of changes, that you often need to check if the documentation is still in line.
Absolutely. You might also be thinking to yourself as you're looking at this, you're doing input validation when it clearly says it should be an int or string. And that's a valid point. I can hear folks saying, well, you don't need to do input validation, except when it's going to cause a problem here, which it does. Go ahead.
I in principle just don't agree with you at all.
I'm not saying that. I was going to follow up here. The way that I normally have approached these things is you always do input validation to know that you have what you expect to have and then start to do your processing. That's not the case here in core. So we can see that all the way throughout.
WordPress is notoriously bad regarding input validation, and that's what we're going to be talking about in the second part of this live stream as well. Up to now, it often didn't cause problems because PHP is quite forgiving and will juggle types. However, PHP is getting stricter and it's causing more and more problems. And if you then combine this with a hooking system where willy-nilly plugins and themes can change the type of a variable at will, and core has to deal with it, and other plugins have to deal with it, we now have an inherently unstable system.
Right.
And I'm not joking when I say this. WordPress, by default, with the lack of input validation, has become inherently unstable and only functions by the grace of people, for the most part, luckily passing the right type of variable. I mean, this is why you have type declarations. And WordPress barely uses them. I mean, okay, a number of type declarations weren't available until PHP 7.0, but callable, array, or any type of object, all of those were already available in PHP 5. We should be using them. We're not.
Right.
As of PHP 7, once we move up, we should be adding type declaration, except if we add them now, we'll be creating backward compatibility breaks because we're changing the signature of methods. And instead of gracefully handling stuff, which WordPress sometimes does, sometimes doesn't, we would then be throwing a fatal error because PHP will do the validation and they basically say, hang on, you're not passing the right type, I'm throwing a type error.
Yeah, so think about what that'll do to sites. That's going to take sites down. So we can't do that. Right?
Yeah. At the same time, the great thing about type errors is you can catch them.
That's right.
You can wrap a function call in a try catch, catch them, and handle it within your own application if needs be. But that's a whole other discussion. But the whole principle of this is, as I say, WordPress is unstable by default at this moment. And this is something which will become more and more problematic in the future with the way PHP is going to more and more strict type. And we need to have a serious discussion and a serious think on how we're going to keep WordPress relevant, because if we're not changing this and fixing this, I'm afraid WordPress is going to become so unstable that users will be so severely impacted that they will move away from WordPress because, it's so unstable.
Yeah. Well,
and at this moment, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. It's a bigger conversation that we need to have, but it's outside the scope of this particular one. But yes.
This is me signaling this is coming in the future.
Yep.
And we need to start preparing now so that in 5 years' time, things haven't deteriorated to a point that it's no longer salvageable.
Right. And there's Dennis is asking a question here. Are there any talks in the core about doing intentional big BC breaks for 6.0, for instance?
Well, First of all, WordPress doesn't use sem first, so whether it's 6.0 or 6.5 or 5.9, doesn't matter. Basically, any minor should be regarded as a major, and BC breaks are out of the question. So at this moment, I'm not aware of any talks like that at all.
No. We still hold the philosophy of we still hold the philosophy of no backward breaks. So we really care about core really cares about trying to make sure that we do not have BC breaks. So no, I don't know of any talks around that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, and this is something Tonya and me already discussed about having a live stream about, somewhere in the future over the next few months, once PHP 8.1 and all the test changes are out of the way, is, so if we look at PHP 7.0, where can we add type declarations? Even now, I mean, this is not a good function because it expects too many different things. But there are functions where array is one of the expected types. If that function internally already has a check, we might be able to add the array keyword as a type keyword to the parameter. Yep. At the same time, if you then don't pass an array, in earlier PHP version might be a warning. In later PHP versions, it will be a type error.
Yep.
So it does change the behavior. I do think we need to have a good discussion and a good think about what can we change?
Yeah. If we can't change to where we can actually put in our type checks here, then we're going to have to do input validation along the way. And then we start to talk about, input validation, how will we gracefully handle that? In this case, we put in a tiny bit of validation, just checking against one data type, but not against all of them. But it is something we're going to have a discussion about. And then how do we balance that with the philosophy of ensuring that it's backwards compatible? Is that something that can happen? That's going to be a big discussion. How are we going to do this? Yeah.
In that respect, I like Genesis' idea, even though, Semver is not used. 5.0 introduced Gutenberg. 6.0 could be the one which introduces more strict typing.
Possibly.
Except with the current release schedule, 6.0 will be, March, April next year. So that wouldn't be in a year or two. Maybe, 7.0 in a year or two.
Yeah.
That would be interesting to definitely explore if we can get enough people to support such a change.
Yeah, that's a biggie. It is one we need to have a serious series of conversations and working sessions on. As she pointed out, by doing that and figuring out how to do it, then we're starting to look at the stability, increasing the stability and the predictability of what happens when you run core. So yes, it is something we need to talk about. It's a big one though.
Yeah. For now, if we look at term exist, we've ran the test against 8.1 with the failure, 8.1 with the fix. We've seen the fix. Are we okay with doing the fix the way it is?
Yep, that one's good.
In that case, we can close this one.
This one, I think I can go ahead and I don't think I need to set up a whole conversation about it. So go ahead and move on to setting up the next one, and I'll type real fast here.
Okay. Which one shall we do? Shall we take another one which is, slightly different type of issue for now? And we'll go to 1635 image caption shortcode. So we're leaving the null to non-nullable for a moment to look at one of the others. Change default parameter value. Okay, so image caption shortcode. That method expects a string for the content parameter and is expected to return a string as well. But the default value of the content parameter in the method signature of image caption shortcode was set to null. So if the content parameter was not passed, the function would return null instead of a string. I'm just reading from the PR description here. This to me seems more like a bug in the function declaration signature than anything else. So I'm suggesting to update the default parameter value for content to an empty string. This does result in a minor inconsequential BC break in that the function will now return an empty string instead of null for that particular situation when the parameter isn't passed. But it is more correct based on what is the function, how the function is declared and defined in the doc block. It complies with the specification of the function and the typical way of checking, for a falsy value or empty on the output of a function like this would still result in the same thing. So it says it fixes a few notices. So there were actually tests failing for this. And I haven't annotated which tests. Oh, I now blame my past self. Okay. But I can see that the test will be in this file. So I'm just going to go and say test media. I'm going to switch to PHP 8.0. And I'm going to run the tests for the whole test media class. This is on 8.0, everything passes, and it's actually running several classes because test media is also a prefix for everything in the media subdirectory in the tests. So we now have run everything related to media. So let's switch to PHP 8.1, run the tests again. And here we go. We have 5 failing tests. Image caption shortcode, all of them to do with image caption shortcode, with empty parameters, with old format ID and a line, with old format and class shortcode, with HTML caption. Okay, so if we look at the method itself, the way it's declared, it expects an array of attributes and then content being the shortcode content. But we all know what shortcodes look like, I presume. And if you don't, in WordPress, I'm hoping I'm doing it right because it's been ages since I've done this. So let's say shortcode name. And then you can have an attribute with an attribute value and maybe a second attribute also with a value. And then you can either say, okay, this is like an HTML tag, that's it, then it doesn't have any content. Or you could have a closure and again, there is no content between the opener and the closure, or you could have content in between. And I know I'm mangling things a little bit, but you get my drift.
That's pretty close. Yep.
You have an opener which can be self-closing, but you can also have an opener and a closure with content in between or no content in between. So this content refers to that shortcode content, as I just demonstrated. That shortcode content can never be null. It should only ever be a string, and either an empty string or a string with content. So the fact that it used to have a default of null just doesn't...
It doesn't make sense to me. And actually, I just searched core to see where we're using this at to make sure by backtracing. And it runs through a filter, but through core itself, it would always be a string coming into it and not null for this content. Yeah.
Except when content isn't passed. And that's what you see in those 5 tests.
Yep.
They're only passing attributes, they're not passing content,
Mm-hmm.
which then defaults to the default value for the content parameter, which was null. And that null then gets passed depending on where what the attributes are. That null can get passed to preg match, which doesn't accept null as a subject, or it can get passed to where, well, there's several things which can happen here. But basically, that null can get passed in several places to functions which expect a string.
Yeah, I'm still looking in core here. I'm not seeing where, I mean, the test is checking it, but actually how it's being invoked in core itself is always going to be a string coming into it. Just looking at the one place where it's being used, that particular function is being used. Yeah.
Well, I can have a look as well. I have this awesome little tool. And now I need to make sure that,
Because that was the first thing I wanted to check, is to make sure within core itself it's happy. Yeah. What are we sending it? You know.
I'm cool. I'm searching now for every single call to that function. In core, and it will show me the code sample. So in this case, it's the declaration.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. And then
right there,
I can only find one invocation in core.
Yep, that's what I said. It was just the one, and then I went backwards to see that image variable is there, and above there's multiples above. And I made sure too that image actually is being set to a string somewhere along the way, because there's a lot of conditional code up above, but there is an else fall through.
But something like targeted link rel, could that possibly return null?
That particular one only returns a string back. The one before it actually runs through a filter, which the filter itself potentially could. Yeah. So yeah, that's where we get into that whole conversations about making sure that our event system is returning the type that we expect it to return.
Yeah, and in this case, I mean, again, the reason the tests are failing is because they aren't passing the second parameter, while in core the second parameter is
being passed, right? But that doesn't mean others aren't.
No default value for content just doesn't make any sense.
It
needs to be a string. It should be a string, so let's give it a string.
Yeah, while there's a potential that it's a BC break if you called it specifically but if you're running through the shortcodes, you would never get null there, I don't believe. So I think it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, there is a break in the test as well. So here, image caption shortcode with empty parameters. So you have an empty array of parameters and you're not passing content. Instead of returning null,
you're now going to get a string, right? That's what I mean. If you invoke it directly, then yeah, that's what's going to happen there.
At the same time, as I said before, I think this is more valid than before, because the function says it will return a string. It never says it can return but a string. So returning null is wrong no matter what. And whoever wrote this test should have maybe considered that
was wrong.
The function should have been fixed and not the test documented the wrong behavior. At the same time, as I say, in most cases where functions can return multiple things in WordPress, a typical pattern is to say, if not var, do something, or if var. This is a typical WordPress pattern to check a variable. Similarly, empty is overused within WordPress as well, and not empty. And both of these would not have, the behavior has not changed for both of these checks. Mm-hmm. You only have a BC break if you checked the return value against null explicitly.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only BC break.
Yeah, I'm just going back and looking through the shortcode documentation just to make sure. What happens if there's no content through a shortcode? What happens there too? It seems inconsistent to me that it should just be a string. Why would you ever return null for content? But I do kind of want to check that just in my own thinking as well.
Another thing we could check, a little again outside of the scope of today, is are there other shortcode functions which may also have a null default value?
That's what I'm more thinking too, yeah.
The default value as well. Again, outside of the scope of this function realistically, but at the same time, it would be a very valuable check to do and something which would be useful to create a ticket for. And yeah, those shortcodes are a bit scattered across files. It's like this one is in the media file, but I know there's shortcodes in other files as well. So it's not going to be an easy one to find all the right functions probably. At the same time, it would be a valuable way to spend time.
Yeah.
To investigate this.
Yep.
Especially knowing what we now know. I mean, content should never be null for a shortcode. It should only ever be a string, whether empty or filled. I've gone through some part of the media file now. I've not found another one where content is expected in a shortcode. So yeah, let's see about this one. Yeah, this is another shortcode, but it doesn't expect content. So yeah, it needs some investigation probably.
Yeah, I just put a note here for myself for review that I do want to investigate how a shortcode is handled when there's no content. Is it out of the box with shortcodes? Is it just skipping over that? Is it sending back a null? Is there an empty string? Just back checking through to make sure with this little bit. I'm expecting that it's going to be an empty string there. Go ahead.
Basically, a shortcode, how it's handled depends on the output function.
Yep.
And for every shortcode, that can be different. It can be declared in a plugin. It can be declared in core. And for every situation, it's different. Like the one I was just looking at where it said there's no content parameter here. Which one was it? Playlist.
That one there, right.
And it doesn't even look at content because it doesn't expect content.
Yes.
And some shortcodes will just not look at content at all. Some, which may or may not expect content, will, again, in the output function for that shortcode, declare how it's handled. And that might be in a plugin, that might be in core, and it's handled generally, probably inconsistently, but at the same time, it's always expected to be a string.
Yeah, I realize about the callbacks themselves, but core is triggering to call that callback. So that's where I wanted to go backwards and see when there's no content to be passed, is it not passing a parameter, or is it passing some default that the callback itself is just not accepting, not collecting, and it's.
You're talking about the do shortcode.
The do shortcode, exactly.
Let's have a look. Which declares content as a string again, and a required string. Doesn't mean you can't pass null.
Yeah, that's true.
And actually, oh my god. Yeah, and this one will have a passing null to non-nullable problem as well.
That's exactly.
Because where content is passed to string position, which expects a string, and if it's null,
you kind of see where I was going as, wait a minute, I think this might be a bigger problem than just that.
There's no default value here.
Yeah.
So this is not
I wonder if there's even a test that's checking for a nullable state for this particular one.
Well, in this case, if we need to look how the shortcode is invoked, but basically, if do shortcode is invoked with content not being a string, we should create a doing it wrong error and set content to an empty string.
Exactly.
Or cast to string.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then too, what that does for me in my brain is I'm thinking about the one where there was a very small BC break there. Well, but here we're taking a look at where we're actually firing shortcodes, and the content needs to be a string. If it's not a string, right here we're also going to have a problem.
Yeah, Paul says something very correctly here. In contrast to the content in the other in the output handler, in the do shortcode function, content isn't this, but it's this whole bit.
Yes.
So it will never be empty.
That is true. Thanks, Paul. Let me see, but where is the content between the braces handled? That's more when there actually is shortcode content. Here, so always restore the square brace.
Hang on. We were time boxing?
Yep.
This is outside of the scope of the immediate fix we were looking at.
Except for in my brain, I want to make sure that this BC break here is very small and is so I took a note for myself. Then I'm going to go and take a look. That's why I put that little note in the PR. So I'll go through and just take a look.
Paul's saying there's a return empty string down below. I don't see a return empty string here.
Where, Paul?
But, or are you talking within this function? But yeah.
The other one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'll take a look at that outside of this. So we've gone through this PR. I agree with the change. I just want to double check on a few things. So that's why I put a note in there for myself to go, whoop, Tonya, just check this little thing since it's in my brain. Okay.
Yeah. Right. And I totally agree. It's a very valuable thing to check. Outside the scope of this PR, though.
Unless we discover, wait a minute, there's some thinking here that we just need to be able to make sure that we're all okay, that there potentially is a break in here. So, but anyway, we did check core. Core itself invokes it in one place, and the only way I can see that it's going to get a nullable there is if it gets filtered. But otherwise, it's intentionally saying it wants to return a string in each of the cases. So we're okay on that part. Okay, we can move on.
Okay. So it turned out to still be a null to non-nullable with a quite different solution.
Yeah.
Compared to the others.
Yep. Definitely.
Which one are we going to look at?
And that's where you were talking about before for everybody watching that, hey, sometimes you have to look at it. It's not just checking against null. In this case, we had to change the default.
Okay.
Next.
This one was nasty. And I put this in. Now I'm going to skip this one for a little because it's in draft, and let's come back to that at the end.
Another smaller one.
Yeah. Let's do. Yay! Get option, add option, update option, and delete option.
Oh my!
Woohoo! Talking about things in core you do not want to touch.
No. Boy, you did a couple of them today.
I've been doing quite a few of them over the years. Okay. So let's first run the test for test option.
Yeah, while you do that, I'll just read through this in my brain so I can get started.
Yeah, go for it. So I'm going to switch to 8.0.
Okay, I see.
The tests with test option. And those tests all pass. Then I'm going to run those same tests with 8.1, and I'm expecting a failure somewhere. Yeah, in bad option names. Passing null to, yeah. Okay, so if we look at the commits individually, because that in this case makes a lot of sense, bad option name is the test which was failing, and I'm reworking it to a data provider. We saw in the test which was failing, it's one test here which is failing.
Yeah.
Now, if we look at the actual test function, the old test function, it was passing all sorts of different variables to 4 different functions. This is typically a situation where you should use a data provider. So I've moved this array basically to a data provider.
Good.
Data by option names, and named them with descriptive names. And then instead of having 4 assertions in the one test, I've split that test into 4 tests.
4 separate tests, yes.
And which all have one assertion. They all use the same data provider, but they also all reference the particular function they're testing.
Yes.
So let me check out this particular commit. And again, let's run the test first on 8.0, the updated tests. Yep. Wow.
Hey.
So what did we see before? We had 14 tests with 70 assertions. We now have 37 tests with 70 assertions. The number of assertions is still the same.
Yep.
So we're still testing exactly the same thing. It's just a lot more descriptive. And if one, like with the get option, bad option, and the way it was with the old test, if this first one would fail, the test would fail, the rest of the test would not be
You're done.
Yeah, so out of those, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
times.
6 out of those 20 assertions, if the first one failed,
you're done.
Only one failure would show in the logs, and the other 19 wouldn't even be run.
Exactly.
So if we
and that's why she broke it up, everybody. So having data providers, having separate tests here that run those data providers then ensures that all of them run. One fails, it's okay. It's going to go on to the next one and just keep running so we can see where the failure's at for all the different failures, what passes and what fails. Yep.
Yeah. So now this was on 8.0. So now I'm switching to 8.1 again.
Okay. And this was without the patch applied, right? Without the fix applied?
This is without the patch. And if we look at it, okay, so with null, they all fail, but everything else still passes. So empty string, string 0, single space, everything else still passes. It's just a null, but we now get all 4 methods failing.
Yes.
On that particular test case. So now you understand why I've improved the tests this way.
And I like it.
I knew you would.
Yeah. Shock, right?
So now let's look at the fix.
Okay. Yeah, you only want to do trim if it's a string.
Yep. So we've seen trim before. Trim expects a string and it's non-nullable. And it only made sense to trim something if it's a text string. If it's an integer, or if it's a Boolean, you can trim whatever you like. It's not going to make a difference.
Nope.
It's just going to return. There's nothing to trim there.
Nope.
And it does actually have an empty check, but it does that after the trim. And I understand why, because if option is provided as a string with white space in it,
Yeah.
That's why you're doing the
Right.
trim. So you want to do that before the empty, because if you didn't trim it, then the empty would still, not error out.
Yep. Well, there's
Um,
nothing to update then at that point. It was all just white space in there that you've trimmed now. So bail out. Give you false.
yeah, except when if it's a string with white space and we hadn't trimmed it, it wouldn't recognize it as empty.
Absolutely.
So we do need to do the trim, but only if it's a string.
Yep. And I see
every
that's the
cell-
same pattern all the way down. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That makes sense to me, actually.
There is one consideration here. Trim does cost something to a string. Basically, if it's a scalar, so an integer or a boolean or a float or a string, and you pass it to trim, it will always return a string. So then you automatically cast it to a string. That cast is now no longer done.
That's not there now. Yep.
At the same time, the question is that problematic?
Going down, going down.
You know what? Those were set as bad names. What we could do is add some tests with names which wouldn't be considered empty, which wouldn't be considered bad, and see what the behavior was in and see whether that behavior is maintained now.
Yep. So we're questioning are we changing the behavior? Well, let's put a test in and find out.
Let's see. Option and option. This should be the file. There's more tests here which need refactoring. But let's not go
That's
there.
out of the scope.
Yeah. Let's say data provider valid but undesired option names. They're not strings, so which were, but they should still work. So empty string is not thing. String 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I know. Actually, not what I meant to do, but at the same time, probably valid test all the same. Integer 1, 2, 3. Integer negative 1, 2, 3. Let's also do the same for float. Make that 12.23 and 1.23. Boolean true. And maybe we should add a float here with the bad data as well. Yeah, and I can see Paul's remark saying object.
Object as a key option name.
Honestly, seriously, if someone is using an object to generate the option name, to capture the option is one thing, but if you have an object which captures the option, I would expect the toString to be the value of the object, not the name of the option.
Yes.
So if you're using that to get the name of the option, take responsibility and cast the string before you pass it on.
Correct. The float down there, the actual value in the array needs to be changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Boop. There you go.
Okay, so now I'm going to take
and
this.
Boolean true down there too. You've got false in it. Yeah.
Have I got them all now?
Yep, that looks good to me. Let's see what happens.
I'm going to add those as a second data provider. Yes, you can have multiple data providers for the same function.
Yes, you can. Pretty handy.
And that's sometimes really useful, like in this case where we're splitting two different types of data sets into their own data provider, but still running them against the same tests. In this case, let's make sure we go to 8.0 first. And I expect some things to fail now on 8.0 anyway, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And let me make sure. Yeah, I'm still on the test commit.
Okay, good.
This is without the fix. Okay, so basically every single test I've
failed
added expects to be returning true.
Yep.
So in this case, I should remove those data providers and actually add separate test methods.
Yep.
Because they do have different behavior.
Yep.
And the ticket number should probably also change.
Oh, yes. Good catch.
Yep. Am I changing it in the right place? Yes, I am. We don't want the bats. We're going to change the names of the functions so they're unique names again. And we're going to remove the bad options names. And all of these should be assert true. Okay.
Why is assert true? That confuses me on a get option.
Because here this is interesting. Oh no, hang on. With get option, you're right. That should be false because the option doesn't exist.
Right.
And false is the default return value. Let's
Correct.
make sure I'm not talking nonsense. Hey, it happens. Hopefully not too often. Okay, so value of the option, value of any type may be returned, including scalar. Scalar or null will be returned as strings as long as they originate from database. If there's no option in the database, Boolean false is returned.
There you go.
Okay, so for the get option, that's assert false, that's correct. Add option and update option should return true.
And delete. How about delete?
Yeah, let me just check all of them now. Add option returns true if the option was added, false otherwise. Updates option. Yep.
Yeah.
Update option true if it was updated.
Right,
delete option
would be false.
True if the option was deleted, false otherwise.
And it wouldn't exist, so.
Yeah. So in this case, that should be false. So let's run them again. Whoop. Now we have a valid set of tests.
Look at that! Ta-da!
Okay, let's switch them to PHP 8.1. Let's see what happens.
Woo! Yeah. Okay.
So far, we're only getting the passing
the
null
null.
to. There is. That's okay. Now let's apply the fix. So I'm just gonna create a temp branch because we don't want to lose those extra tests I've added.
Absolutely, we want those.
Let's make sure I didn't make any coding standards errors there by doing a quick git modify check. Okay, I'm
Looks
clean. Good. So I can just commit this. And I'll tidy up the commit message later.
Right.
Add more tests. Then where is the original fix commit? Here. Now I'm going to rebase this fix commit on top of those extra tests. It should just go in cleanly. Yeah. And drum roll, please. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. Let's run the test against PHP. Well, shall we do 8.0 first?
Let's do 8.0 first because we want to make sure that behavior has not changed, right? All those tests should still pass.
Yeah, and this is with the fix.
And this is with the fix, right? Uh-oh.
Okay, that's boolean true is problematic. Let's check with 8.1 if it's the same or if now we get even more issues.
Hmm.
And this is a different from the null to non-nullable. This is implicit flow to int.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering where does the int casts? Let me just open the option file.
Which function was that one in? That one failed. Or was it all of them?
Let's see. It's all of them.
All of them. Okay, so they're
All
not
of
happy.
them except delete.
Okay, well.
Then delete couldn't delete something which didn't exist, so that would return false no matter what. So option file. Let's do get option. If we look at the backtrace, line 97.
97 right here.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense to me. Array keys can only ever be integers or strings.
Correct.
And so in this case, if we pass a float, it will automatically convert to
Okay.
Okay, so in that case, I would suggest let's do a scalar.
Yeah.
And so, because then for everything but null, it will still use the trim and automatically convert to a string.
Yes. Let's run that and see what happens.
Yeah.
So for everybody watching, this is why I was asked, well, what if, right? And then create some more tests to find out it passed before. Then we run it with the patch. Wait a minute, now it's not working. And so we're refining things as we go.
Actually, the get options are gone. So this works, and this, if we look at the patch here, I think the original failing test was only for one of the four methods, but all four methods were affected.
Yes.
So I only changed it now in one of the four. So now I need to change it in the other.
Correct. Yeah.
So this was get option, then add option. Hey, okay. Let's just scroll down the files.
What a pain.
Update option
Let's
is
see.
Taylor. Yeah, spelling.
Yeah. Delete
Then
options about line 699.
add option first.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then delete option.
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay. Now let's run it again. Yay!
Yes! Everybody, happy dance.
So again, let me just quickly run PHP CS just to make sure I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, those are not my.
Those are warnings. Those are pre-existing.
Those
Yeah.
are pre-existing. Okay. Update fix. I'm not going to push it yet. I'll tidy up the commits and write them up nicely after.
Yes.
But we've improved the fix now.
Yeah. I'm going to just make a note in here just to remind myself to change to scalar.
And added a set of tests for additional, stupid option names, but yeah, they were supported, so we should still support them, even though they shouldn't be used ever.
I know you shouldn't, but we don't want to break anything just in case somebody is out there.
Yeah. Which is why, I used that name in the tests. What was it again? Valid but undesired. Yep, you just don't do this.
Right.
But it will work. And this is also why we review this together. This is why we review this very critically. Because as I said when I opened this ticket, this is the type of code you generally do not want to touch because it's so essentially core of WordPress. If you break something here, you have no clue how much you'll break in the wider. So you really need to be careful making changes. Which is why the extra test and the careful review is completely warranted.
Absolutely. So, yeah. All right. I made a note there just so anybody looking at, including myself, just in case for whatever reason, they're like, hey, let's just go ahead and commit this. It's not ready yet. The updates are coming. So, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But with those updates, this looks great. Once you get the update in, then I can approve. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the extra test, which safeguards it all the more for the future as well.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna suggest a 2-minute get some more and restroom break, and then we'll continue with more fixes.
Yay! Yeah, these are taking a little bit longer than we thought for a time box, but these are good conversations because we're making things a little bit better. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. But I think these next two should be quick fixes.
Yeah.
And then we have one more here below, which is, it actually should be relatively quick because the fix itself is dirt simple.
Yep.
It's just a much larger PR because I've pulled the tests apart because that file was just unreadable.
Yep. And that one I'll have some conversation about because I'm probably going to split that into 2 commits. But we'll come back.
But that's why I actually have 2 tickets.
I know you do. I know.
And I have 2 separate commits.
For that reason. Yep.
For that reason. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be back. Everybody, let's take a couple-minute break.
Yep. See you in a minute. I'm back in case anyone wants to chat in the meantime. Hope you're all still enjoying this and that you find it useful to see what we're doing.
Feeling lonely? Hey, you're muted.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I briefly stopped sharing my screen because I wanted to have a quick look at Twitter, and I've gotten a response to an earlier tweet of mine, which
that one you were telling me about earlier. Yeah.
which yeah, I feel that someone is very much confirming what I said as well, and it's someone I highly respect. The lead architect of Laminas, or as some people might know, it's in Framework. So yeah, I'm hardened to see the fact that I'm not alone in getting to very much to the point of being fed up with PHP, making cross-version compatibility so incredibly hard. I mean,
Yes.
the amount of, this is 8.1, this is a minor, and the amount of fixes which are needed, the variety of fixes, it's just too much. It's too much for one minor.
It is.
And it's just as much in a way, or even more, than the updates we needed for 8.0, and that was already a huge amount of fixes, and 8.0 was a major. Now we're at a minor, and we need at least the same amount of fixes. This is just not sustainable.
It is not. And folks, if you're listening to that, it's not just core. Think about the domino effect of all the different dependencies that core uses, and the tool, everything. You've got to go and you've got to look at everything using PHP. It's affecting not only us, but everybody in the community. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I tweeted about it the earlier today, someone asked, is it 2 steps forward, one back, or is the ways getting longer? And my answer was that the way is getting longer, but I'm getting fed up with not being able to spend any time on getting any real work done. All I'm doing is mopping up and cleaning up after PHP changes. Mm-hmm. And how are open source projects run by volunteers expected to be able to keep up? Right. I mean, I'm lucky that at least part of my time is paid by various companies, but that's some of the work I do. Right. That's not all of the work I do. Mm-hmm. And the response was they don't or get paid for it. And the reality, however, which was my response again, was that that's just very different. I mean, demanding users will, users will just demand that you update or fix it. Or, mm-hmm. I mean, I know open source maintainers, we've had death threats, and I'm not joking. We've been doxxed, home address, published, everything. The abuse some open source maintainers receive is ridiculous and
that's
not
ridiculous. Yeah.
And yeah, the response from the person earlier today was, yeah, it's super hard, and I hate these expectations from users. You know, it's open source. Do it yourself, fucker.
Yeah.
And I agree with him, but the trouble with that is that I then end up fixing it in everything in my CI and my dependency chain.
That's right.
Someone still needs to do it, whether it's the official maintainer of the
It
project
doesn't matter. It's
or
getting
someone
pushed.
like, I mean, WordPress uses Composer, uses PHP Unit, uses a PHP Unit has file building in their chain. That has a test dependency elder somewhere else again, and that whole chain, everything needs fixing.
Yep.
And I've been sending PRs into projects I'd never even looked at before, just to get the CI chain fixed so WordPress
So
can
things
run.
can run. Yeah.
And there are some projects like PHP Unit who are extremely diligent in doing this.
Right.
But
But there are
there's also
lots that are
which
not.
aren't.
Right.
Yeah. And what's even worse, I mean, Travis dying last year was one thing. Everyone moving to GitHub Actions took enough time and effort for all of us. But what most people didn't realize, and I have to admit, I didn't realize until about 2 months ago when I discovered it, the default PHP ini for the typical setup PHP action everyone uses on GitHub Actions is the production PHP ini, which means deprecation notices are turned off.
Yep.
And what is your biggest problem in PHP 8.1? Deprecations notes.
That's
So
right.
a lot of projects which were already running their test on 8.1 were like, but our build's clean. Until I turned, changed the ini values and set.
And oh, looky, you're not.
Yeah, error reporting to -1.
Yep.
And suddenly, yes, even a project like Composer
Yes.
turned out to have something like 450 deprecations which hadn't been addressed yet, and they thought they were ready. And I'm not blaming anyone here. I mean, they didn't know either.
No.
They didn't realize this was being hidden from them. And yeah, this change combined, I mean, the GitHub Action move from Travis to GitHub Actions happened around the same time as the PHP 8 release last year. So this is the first time where people now basically need to see those deprecation notices on GitHub Actions, and where people are now running into the fact that that's not turned on by default.
Yes.
So it's really tricky, and there's even quite a few projects where I looked at fixing things in that project only to realize they were still on Travis, and they hadn't switched yet, and obviously their builds weren't running anymore, and things had to be fixed.
Yeah. So your tweet, I agree. So when you take a look at the amount of work, the changes that are going on in PHP right now and have been going on are pushing a huge amount of burden onto all the projects around the world, that we, instead of being able to work on other things like, hey, let's modernize the tests. Hey, let's work on paying down technical debt. Hey, let's work on new features. We're instead spending a lot of time on some of these. Now, some of them are helpful, but it's still a huge amount of work.
The thing is, this is also technical debt. And we are fixing technical debt, except we're fixing it based on what PHP decides is our priority, not on what we decide is our priority.
Absolutely.
And I mean, for those people, and let's see if I post something in the chat window, whether it will come up, because that's going to be interesting. For those people interested in this, I already wrote an article last year about...
Cat's here.
Is your cat?
Yep.
Where?
Cat's
I don't
here.
see it yet.
You don't see her? No, not my cat. No, I was saying Cat has joined us in the stream.
Sorry, I'm looking on a different screen.
Yeah. I don't know if your post... Let me see. I was just looking for that. Meow.
I'm trying to find the article
Yeah,
now.
find where that one's.
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got it. Let's please. Can someone confirm once I've posted the link now that you can actually see the link?
Yeah, I'm in Twitter's live chat, not through the side. It's not there. You want to send me the DM for it, and I'll just put it up.
Yeah, I'll get it to you. This is just really weird that I can't post.
I know, that is very strange.
Okay, so if you want an opinionated piece about all of this,
Perfect
it might
storm,
be
that's the one. Yeah.
for some people. In the meantime, let's continue fixing shit because we're not done yet.
And we have to do this because PHP is pushing us to it. Now, at the same time, notice we are making tests better. We're putting input validation in. We're doing all these things, which is good as well. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are making things better, no matter what. But we're not there yet. Yeah. So let's add another null to non-nullable. The WP meta query.
You want to put back up your screen share?
Yes, I'm gonna do that. That's a good thing that you remind me. Does mean I have to leave Twitter now. No, I was just checking it during our 5-minute break. Okay, so again, something with trim. Well, we've already looked at trim and we know how that works. And there's tests in tests meta query. So let's go to PHP 8.0 and run those tests for test meta query. Yeah, all passing. Then let's go to 8.1. And here we see 2 failures. Convert null value to empty string and null value SQL.
So let's back up to those tests. Are those tests also checking for the float values as well as a meta value?
Let's open the file. It's the test meta query file. What have we got here? Well, maybe we should, before we actually look at the test, let's look at the code, which is actually...
Yeah, it's the same as the other one. That's what made me wonder.
Oh, you already looked at the code? Huh. Yeah. You're cheating.
I know I am.
Okay. Okay, but hang on. Meta value. Yeah, again, yeah, I see where your question is coming from. Because meta value, again, similar like the previous one, except for string, you can't have white space in a scalar. Except trim also converts the meta value to a string. Okay, that is not an issue though, I think, because look what's happening here. All of these are using meta value in a where clause in wdb prepare. And what does WDP prepare do?
Yes. I'm just going through and looking here. Yeah, it goes right down in, what was the value before? So it just did the trim before, right? Yeah, okay. And we do an else if.
And then on top of that, there's an implode here as well. Let me make sure I search in WordPress. Yeah, prepare on Google is not really going to be one. So this basically is a form of a sprintf. And will always therefore return a string.
Yes.
If there's a query to prepare. So
okay. So
in
we're
that
okay there.
in this case, I'm not worried about doing the isString here instead of isScalar.
Me neither. Yeah.
Because with the wpdb prepare, it's not going to be an issue anyway. I mean, it is going to return SQL or SQL chunks in this case. So, and those will always be strings. The way if I look at this.
Right. Yeah, there's no reason to trim and then let the trim go ahead and do the cast. It's going to happen once we get to the prepare.
Yeah, Kat's asking, are the tests wrong or the code? And it's a dinner time for you that you're getting on about the chunks, but yeah. Where are you talking about which tests which would be wrong? I mean, yes, in some, there's definitely cases where the question is, are the tests incomplete? Or are the tests not set up correctly? Most of the time with factories being incomplete. At the same time, even if we fix that test setup, this is still a realistic situation. Null being passed as the meta value or query. No matter what we do, there will be a plugin doing this. So we may as well fix it.
She wants to know, are the tests passing null? That's causing the problem.
Let's look again at the names of the test. Null value SQL. Convert null value to empty string. So yes, the tests are explicitly passing null and testing that's handled correctly. So these are tests specifically to safeguard that state. But this doesn't break.
That's a good question, by the way. And so yes, specifically this is for that nullable.
Yeah, so here value is null. And this is explicitly a test to test for that value null. And here again, it's testing that substring of that the where actually has an empty string there. Yeah, and yeah, as Kat says, we would need to add a null state check if it wasn't explicitly tested. But
yes,
because these tests are already explicitly testing specifically the situation which we're now fixing, I'm not too concerned.
Right. So, which is nice and doesn't always happen. So,
sorry?
It's nice that it's there, but it's not always there. So it is a good point to just make sure that you are checking. Yep. Okay.
Well, compare it. What we're looking at today with what we were looking at in the previous PHP 8.1 session. In the previous 8.1 session, we had one fix where that one fix was fixing 600 failing tests.
Yep.
Nearly all of the fixes I'm showing today will fix one or two failing tests because they are fixing tests which were already explicitly in place or fixing code which is now failing based on tests which is already in place specifically for these situations.
Right.
So the most of these are only fix 1, 2, maybe 5 tests, but they fix something which is being tested for.
Yes. I'm just going ahead and marking this one as approved. So
what happens if meta value is not a string? That is handled by wdb prepare.
right.
And wdb prepare returns a string in principle for an SQL query. So if there is a problem, that would be a problem in wdb prepare, but that's outside of the scope of this particular fix. And not necessarily whether it would make the prepare fail. Now the prepare is using a sprintf-like conversion. So if you use %s in a sprintf, it will automatically cast to a string. If you use a %d, it will automatically make sure that whatever you pass as a parameter becomes a digit and nothing but a digit. So it basically casts to integer and then creates still returns the SQL query as a string. So on the one hand, it's a problem of WordPress DB prepare. On the other hand, it's something which, by the nature of the WordPress DB prepare, it should handle correctly. Does that make sense?
Kat, does that make sense? Almost done typing this up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does.
It's doing a ... Yeah. Okay, but basically, so this fix is, as you can see, it's a one-line fix. All it's doing here, and I want
Here,
this
she
so
has another one for you there.
I was confused how it went from a scalar value there to an array in the prepare for sprintf. Yes, it's using spread operator. I see what you're saying, what you mean by the ... That's the spread operator, which was introduced in PHP 8.1, and we actually I actually created a whole range of patches which went into WordPress 5.3, which introduced the spread operator in all the places in WordPress where it made sense, and got rid of a whole lot of function get args, function call function, call user func array. So all sorts of function magic which was being used, which is actually really inefficient and are processing heavy functions, and were made a lot more efficient by using the spread operator.
Yes, she did.
And yeah.
I just approved that one and left a nice lengthy message on it, so that one's all good to go.
And Kat, call funky user away. Yeah. Kat's checking 5.6 or 5.5. Well, we can check when the spread operator was introduced in PHP. Do they call it the spread operator? I know it's the ellipses, not image ellipse. You know what? Let's just search for operator. See if I can find it there. Is it an execution one? No.
Splat.
Splat, yeah. Of course, splat. Yeah, of course we need splat, spread. Okay, PHP 5.6. Okay, so it was actually 5.6 in which it was introduced, not 5.5. At some point, those numbers all merged together. But yeah, so it's PHP 5.6 in which it was introduced. As WordPress 5.2 dropped support for any PHP version below 5.6.20, we could start to introduce it. And as of 5.3, WordPress 5.3, we did. The cat's saying I passed the quiz, and she's referring to my most popular conference talk, which is called the Big Y Equal Doesn't Equal quiz. And we're not going to go into that now.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So, it is.
She wins a cookie.
It.
All right.
Okay, so we've done the SQL clause. Let's go to unit test base. Assert, same, ignore, end of line. Yeah, this one is an interesting one. So,
I like that general bugginess.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to the PR yet. This is a test-only fix, but basically, WordPress has a number of custom assertions. You can Kat, enjoy your dinner. PHP unit has a lot of native assertions: assert same, assert string contains string, assert file exists. There's lots of PHP unit assertions, and I mean, if you're ever interested and looking for an appropriate assertion, here you go. There's a huge list here in the PHP unit manual, and this doesn't even list all of them. There's still more. Because if I click on equals, you will see there's also an assert not equals. So there's a lot of them here. Now you can also create your own custom assertions. In this case, WordPress has a custom assertion called assert, same, ignore, end of line. So basically we want to check that two strings are the same type and value, where we ignore whether there's end of line differences. And that's the only thing we ignore. But we say ignore same, not ignore equals. We want it to be a strict type comparison. Yeah?
Okay, yep, got it.
So let's have a look. Well, I'd say let's give everyone a moment to just read this. And
well, right off the bat, I'm sorry, I cheated and went to the code and I went, oh, yeah, okay. It becomes so obvious when you just look at it and go, well,
yeah, well, it has an analysis. Basically,
I like the analysis.
The principle of the whole original method is fundamentally flawed. And showing you the patch is not going to help to demonstrate that. So I'm going to show the original code.
Okay, good.
So we can see why I'm saying it's fundamentally flawed. Assert same, and then we want the ignore end of line. Okay, so here we do have the assert same, ignore end of line. Yes, okay, it uses an assert same here. It uses map deep. What does map deep do? Do you know? Shall I explain?
Go for it for everybody out there.
Function map deep. And what does it do? It does a array walk recursive, but also acts on objects. And it basically applies a callback to every value which is not an array or an object. And if it is an array or an object, it will just recurse into the same function again.
Right. So it's going to walk everything in there.
Yeah. It just goes into map deep again and again. It recurses, except if it's not an object or an array, then it calls call user func. And what it does with the call user func? It calls a closure, which passes the value to string replace. Now, what does string replace do? Well, first of all, if we look at the string replace, it passes value as the third parameter, and the third parameter should either be a string or an array subject. Well, as we looked at map deep, this will only ever be a non-array, because if it was an array, map deep would have recursed into itself.
Correct.
So it should pass a string. Basically, anything non-array, non-object will be passed. but it's not nullable,
Mm-hmm.
which is obviously why I started looking at this. And then if we look at the return value, if it's returns an array, it will return an array, but otherwise it will return a string.
String. Mm-hmm.
In other words, by using mapdeep combined with string replace, we are casting the expected and the actual to string.
Yep.
Which makes this completely useless because we're no longer testing type.
No, you've changed it right there. Yep.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
we're changing the type we receive to something which may be significantly different.
Yep.
And then doing an assert same, that's completely useless.
Yep.
I mean, if both happen to be strings, then great. But if one was an integer and the other was a string and contained white space, fine, or end of line, I should say. If we now compare them, they will say, okay, they're perfectly
You're
the same.
always going to match. This is beautiful.
That integer has been cast to a string.
Oh, yeah.
This function is fundamentally flawed.
Yes.
Right. And as it's one of the assertions being used in our test suite, that means that every single test using this assertion is fundamentally flawed. And when we fix this, can potentially fail. Hopefully it will not, but it may.
Let's find out.
Yeah. So this is basically the description of what I just...
And that's a very good description, by the way, which will end up in the commit message when we get done. There's a lot of good analysis there. Okay.
This is just... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Also, yes, you want an assertion. You prefer a certain type of input for an assertion, but this is a test. A test should never limit the input.
Nope.
If you are testing something, your input, your actual should always be mixed. Your expected generally should be of a certain type. In this case, it should probably be string, but it should definitely or string or array.
An array.
But the actual should always be mixed.
Yes.
Because otherwise you're precluding that assertion can be used for anything but a type which you're expecting. And the whole point of testing is being able to check with different types.
That's right.
So basically, I'm doing the same change in both of these callbacks. On the one hand, it's doing it for expected and for actual. On the one hand, I'm checking whether it is set first, because if expected or actual is null, it makes no sense whatsoever to call mapdeep anyway. And then within the callback, I'm doing an isString.
So
and only calling a string replace if it's a string, because a float, an integer,
oh goodness,
a boolean, none of them can.
Yeah, you're not doing a string replace on anything that is a non-string, right? Those aren't going to have the returns on the end of them. So it's...
Yeah, they're not going to have new lines.
So this is only a string check. And why even run it across a string replace if it's not a string? So yeah, that makes sense to me. Let me ask you a question which might be on folks' mind. You're using isSet instead of specifically checking against null for each of those. Why this check versus checking that it's not null?
Okay, it is a valid question, because I can imagine for someone who comes across this, they might think like, but expected is...
It's defined up there.
Yeah. So, yeah. Except isSet is a language construct, which makes it lightning fast.
How about using is_null? That it's not that.
Is null is a function call,
Mm-hmm.
which makes it already definitely less performant than is set. Is set really is lightning fast. The straight compared to a null would probably be about as fast. I mean, I haven't benchmarked that recently, but with PHP 8, that the difference would be completely negligible. There would definitely be a difference with is null. Is null is basically something you should only use in a callback.
Yep.
Is set, yeah, for anyone who is familiar enough with PHP, is set or comparing against null is the same thing. It literally does the same thing. So they're interchangeable.
They are interchangeable. When I'm looking at this, though, is someone coming along later and going, wait, it is up there, and then either removing it. Probably removing it. Well, this isn't necessary, and then removing it because they're not understanding that, yes, the variable there, that parameter was set, but it's null, right? We're checking for the null in this particular case.
The thing is, even if it would be removed, it wouldn't be problematic anymore.
It would not be problematic. That's right.
At the same time, we're just saving some processing time by not doing something which is not necessary. Does that make sense?
Well, for me, it does.
I understand what you're saying. I'm happy to change it to a comparison with not null.
Actually, you know what I'm thinking instead? Is just put a little note in there to educate that just says is set is intentional to check for null. It's a language.
Well, I mean, I agree with you that just changing the comparison to not null will make it more descriptive and more self-explanatory for people. The thing is, and now I've lost my train of thought.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
It happens.
We'll wait. It's fine. See if it comes back to you.
It will. There was another reason. Rain gone. Okay, gone.
10 minutes later. Oh, I know what it was.
Oh, absolutely. That will happen. For crying out loud.
Yeah, I actually like is set. Go ahead.
Okay. I do understand why you said if someone else looks at this later, it'll be easier to understand. Except this is the code of the WordPress core test framework.
Yep.
The amount of people looking at this code is maybe 5 people in the world. And I'm not joking when I say this. I mean, WordPress core has, it needs a lot more contributors than it has. The tests are a subset of that and has way too little contributors. The test framework, which
has even less.
Pretty specialized, has even less.
Yeah.
So the people who are actually involved with creating the test framework are pretty experienced PHP developers. So I'm not too concerned that they won't understand. But I do agree that comparing with not null will make it easier to understand for them as well.
So what do you want to do? We can either put an inline comment, and then it'll be a little bit faster to run with this set, or we can change it to a not null.
The thing is, I would say let's do this.
There you go.
Because
it's very clear then.
As I say, is set or comparison with null, performance-wise, the difference is negligible.
It's going to be pretty small. Yeah.
Using the is null function is definitely will make a difference. This will be performance-wise not something which will have noticeable impact.
Yeah,
Then
I
again,
agree.
it won't have a noticeable impact either, but all the little bits add up.
Yeah, mostly as we continue building lots and lots and lots of tests. Now, this particular test, I mean, how many times is it going to be, or this assertion, how many times is it going to be invoked? That we'd be adding a lot more of these. One of the things I wanted to note for folks listening is, in my opinion, the test suite is a perfect educational tool, not only for how you can build tests, but to learn how core works. And here, when you come into the framework, you can learn how to build custom assertions that you might need in your company and your project and so on. So making code very, very clear, whether you just add a comment in there if it's not as clear, or you just want to share context, right? So here, I can clearly see someone's going to come along and go, wait a minute, and just be confused. So we eliminate that.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Yep.
All right. So we got that one. Other than that, that is a fantastic find that you found in here.
Mm-hmm.
Now I see why you put general bugginess.
Yeah. And there is a second method, a second custom assertion, which was deprecated one or two versions of WordPress ago.
Oh, with the equals, yeah.
Assert equals ignore end of line, which basically became an alias for assert same ignore end of line.
Yeah.
So what I've done there is I've updated the doc block to be in line with assert same.
Perfect.
So remove the string array and make it mixed in that case as well.
Perfect. I'll just make this note down here, and then once these are changed, then this will be ready to go.
Yeah, this was one of those where I'm like, okay.
Well, that's why I looked at it and I went, wait, why are we doing it this way? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, assert same. Yeah, you could have just said assert equals, because what you're doing is really not per se.
Oh, man. Well, I'm glad that you found that one. So, all right. Yeah, just two little changes there, and that one will be ready. Next.
Okay. Let's close some windows again. Okay. This one I'm going to open but leave for later, just making sure that we're not going to forget.
Oh, okay.
This is one we're going to look at now. This is one where you already said I'm probably going to use 2 commits, and I already did it in like 8 or something.
Yeah, I started looking at that one earlier in the week and thought, oh, wow, this is pretty cool. I love the way we break up tests, but that would be a separate commit. And I saw that you did do that. Yeah.
Basically, let's look at the original test file before anything.
Yeah.
So we have some data providers. We have a lot of different tests, and it's not a huge class. It's only 300 lines. But the functionality, because this is for the Compat file in WP includes, is wildly different. So the functionality has a complete disconnect. For those people who don't know, the Compat file in WP includes contains polyfills for PHP functionality, which was either added at a later point in PHP than our minimum PHP version, or is not always available because an extension may not be available. So let's just open that file. WP includes Compat. Where are you? Here you are. So it has, this is for get text. There's a function underscore, which is polyfilled. There is the PHP native MB substring function, which is part of the MB string extension, which is being polyfilled. There is MB string length, again, PHP native MB string extension, which is being polyfilled in case that extension is not available. And you can see these functions are quite complicated. I mean, it's very technical PHP code. They're not hugely long or anything.
Mm-mm.
They're just very technical code. Hash HMAC, one of the hashing security functions, basically also backfilled hash equals. Then there are two external libraries which are included with WordPress called Random Compat and Sodium Compat. They both polyfill complete extensions from PHP into WordPress if those aren't available.
Mm-hmm.
There is the isCountable function and isIterable. Those are actually quite simple functions, but still, need to be covering a lot of situations. And then there's some constant. But something like isCountable or MB substring, they're completely. You need to be in a completely different frame of mind when you're writing tests for either.
Absolutely.
So having all the tests for all these functions in one file felt off
It does.
to me.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
So what I did is basically I split up all these tests, each per function, into their own file, and I reviewed those tests. So for the PHP 8.1 bit,
Mm-hmm.
we can just look at the last commit.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we can have a quick look at the total of the test. The way I've done it, just to show people the principle of how I've done it and why this is an easy way to do it or a good way to do it. First, in this first commit, I'm literally cutting everything which is to do with one particular function from the original file and moving it to another file without any changes. So this is just a copy paste. If I would make changes at this point, for a reviewer, it would be impossible to tell what had changed because it's in a new file. So I'm for now just copy and pasting or cutting and pasting, cutting from the old file, pasting in the new file, no changes whatsoever. Just to make sure a reviewer knows, you can trust me, this is
Nothing
not
changed.
Mm-hmm. And then in a separate commit, in the next commit, I actually make changes. Mm-hmm. So now it's already in that separate file. I'm adding cover tags. I'm moving the order around. I'm moving this data provider down. Adding visibility modifiers to test. Adding availability test.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm making that whole data provider a lot more descriptive.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
So now the tests, and this is a relatively simple improvement, but the tests have been improved. Mm-hmm. And I do the same thing for the next function. So again, and in this case, I checked what this group security meant. And what that referred to, that was only applicable for these two MB string functions. So now the MB string functions tests have been removed from the original file. I can also remove this group tag, which I did add to both of the MB string test files.
Okay, good.
So again, I'm moving all the MB substring functionality, moving it to a separate file. Mm-hmm. No changes other than moving it.
Yep, see that.
And then in the next commit, now I'm making changes.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, I'm making a lot more changes than in the previous one. Again, covers tags, availability test, method visibility. That's still all relatively straightforward.
Move it down into a data provider.
The data provider already existed at the top. I'm just
moving it. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Making it, making it use descriptive keys here.
Got it.
I didn't create named data sets because I'm not sure how to describe these data sets.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. It's like, yep.
Yeah, and there is a limit to what I wanted to do.
Yep.
Again, here there's multiple assertions in one test, so I'm giving each of them a message parameter so we can distinguish which assertion failed on a failure. So, same thing here. Message parameter. And yeah, there are several other changes. And at some point, you can see that git diff isn't great on this because it gets confused of what belongs with what.
Yeah.
But I think
okay.
I think I put this extra test for the input handling in,
Okay.
where I'm passing in unexpected data types.
Oh, good.
Oh no, that's it. Okay. So there was this test which had a list of outputs and then did a for each on them. So I've basically turned this list of outputs into a data provider.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then if you look at this list, okay, so we've got 2 empty strings. Oh, no, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
We've got 2 number ones, 3.
Wow, look at that.
Okay, and I know what happened here. Basically, when the coding standards cleanup was done, certain things changed here. Oh, by the way, these are the outputs. We have the inputs here as well.
Yep.
And inputs didn't add 2 null values, 2 true values, 2 false values. These tests were based on the PHP core tests. So basically, it looked at the core test, PHP core test, for how this MB string function was tested, and it recreated those in PHP. Except it used null in lowercase, it used null in uppercase, it used true in lowercase, true in uppercase. Well, that is important when you're testing C code.
That is correct.
Which PHP is written in. It's not important when we're testing userland PHP code.
Correct.
So whether it's lowercase
that makes sense.
or uppercase, true, makes no sense or no difference whatsoever for our test, except it had the lowercase and the uppercase, and then when the coding standards autofixer went over it and 100,000 lines got fixed, obviously not every line got reviewed, and this got missed because now suddenly they were testing the same thing.
Yeah. It's minor, but that makes sense to me then, because I'm like, why is this duplicated? And that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah. This basically there was a test here which basically did 2 things. It was running tests from this particular PHP core test file, and then it was running tests from a second core test file. I've split those now into 2 different tests. So this is from the basic test file, and where I added those message parameters, and then the second set of tests, now it uses a data provider, where all those tests which we saw listed in that huge array have been moved to, and we got rid of the for each.
Okay.
And I also made this
better.
class A more descriptive, because if someone in another test creates class A, suddenly we have a class already defined, and that there's no reason to use something like class A. Let's make it slightly more descriptive, describing what that class is there for.
Exactly, 100%. Okay, good.
Now, I'm not going to go through all the rest of the commits.
No.
Basically, the same principle of what I did in those 2 first sets of commits. Cut the tests from the original file, move them to the round file, paste them without changes, and then in the second commit, improve the tests.
Correct.
Is what I've done for all of these.
Okay. Yeah. So we got covers, tags, visibility put in. We're putting in the keys so that we know what our different values are, our purpose for. Hey, insert all things. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. I will go through those and just take a look
Please,
through.
and anyone who's attending, please feel free to go through them. Ask any questions you may have. But for today's PHP 8.1 session, I did want to demonstrate what I did there and why I split these commits. But I don't think it adds. This was more to satisfy my own. I wouldn't call it OCD, but seriously, that test file just irked me when I came across it. So it was a reason for me to want to split it. It was more to satisfy my own, my own frustration with that file than for the actual fix. The actual fix is the last commit.
And honestly, we're going to go through, folks, at a different point, not obviously now because we're working on PHP 8.1, but we're going to go through all the tests, and we're going to do some reorganization. We're going to be doing splitting. We're going to be doing this type of work. So yeah, when we see this, we're here now. Let's do some cleanup. So yeah, it makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, basically this will just lighten the load for when we go through all the tests later, because for these tests, it's already been done. That review.
Yeah, the only thing that we'll need there is if we namespace later.
Yeah. But let's
don't talk about that right now.
Yeah, let's not go in there now because
quiet. Back to PHP. You didn't hear it. Don't even. We're not there yet.
Yeah. Okay. So there is. We already saw the MB substring test, which I improved and changed to a data provider. Let me see what that particular test class is called. Test Compat MB substring.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Then I need to go and say, let's go to PHP 8 and run the tests on PHP 8. Oh, but I'm not in the right. I'm not in the right branch. So I'm going to check out just the bit where I fixed those tests.
Okay.
Let's run it now.
This is pre-applying the patch, right?
Yeah, this is pre-applying the patch. This is just PHP 8.0, making sure the tests pass. Now let's change to PHP 8.1. And here we go. Preg match all with passing null to non-nullable. So the clear case of why a fix is needed. And if I check out the commit which actually has the fix, let's just go there and run it again, still on PHP 8.1. And now all the tests pass again. So that if we now look on GitHub again, there was already a test in place. That test returned an empty string in the case. So we're just short-circuiting null,
right,
and returning an empty string and not changing anything else.
Right.
Just keeping everything the same except for special casing null.
Right. And this is another one of those instances where if you were not on 8.1, we get a performance boost too by having this early exit out of here, by having a guard clause. Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, those kind of performance boosts are tiny.
Teeny.
Yeah. But if we do this in enough methods, it starts adding up.
It adds up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's the thing that you're editing?
I'm editing to switch which PHP version I'm using. Kat, I'm going to show you something which you might have missed last time.
I'm going to go to the gist.
Yeah, because I created a gist with this.
She has her own lovely little way set up on her machine to switch between all of the different setups.
And if I paste the link, I bet it's not going to come up again.
I'm pulling it up. Yep. Let me see if I can.
Okay, so am I running the tests in a different environment? No, basically,
Oops,
I have a huge amount of PHP versions locally installed. So I can just switch to, well, something like 60, 70 different PHP versions. Give me a number and I'll be able to run whatever, on it. I also have PHP unit vars, which are available, which are set up for all the appropriate PHP versions. So all these PHP unit var files I have locally set up. So instead of creating a Docker getting a Docker environment up and running and getting that all set up, then taking all of that down, switching to a different Docker container with a different PHP version, I'm just commenting out uncommenting and commenting out the PHP unit var and the PHP version I want and running things locally. I mean, I have the PHP unit polyfills installed via Composer. That's all that's needed. Mm-hmm. And other than that, I can just run the test via PHP unit var.
Which makes perfect sense for you because of the work that you do. You need to quickly be able to switch and do things.
Yeah. A lot of people will generally only locally work in one particular PHP environment and trust their CI to verify that their code is compatible with different PHP versions. My specialty is making code cross-version compatible. So for me, it's really important to be able to really quickly change between the PHP version on which I'm running things to verify that what I'm fixing doesn't affect. I mean, there's, depending on which project, I have scripts locally in place which will run the tests against the right PHP unit var on every single PHP version between 5.4 and 8.1 to verify that that project will run on all those PHP minors without problems. And it's just one script and it will run it for me. And I get a ding or a beep if it passes or fails.
Right.
So, it's the nature of the type of work I do, which makes that this particular environment and this way of working is easier for me. And as Kat says, the Docker environment for PHP 8.1 is not 100% yet. There is work on the way to improve that, but yes, you're right. So in that sense, to be quite fair, if you're a PHP dev, whether you run via the PHP unit var or whether you run via Composer vendor bin PHP unit, either is fine by me, but why would you use Docker? I mean, if it makes sense if you don't have PHP on your computer, if you don't have MySQL on your computer, but if you have that installed anyway, because you are a PHP dev, it's the overhead of running Docker will just slow you down. So
and you can see that when we have you switch between. Notice how fast you can say, let me try on 8. Boom. Let me try on 8.1. Boom. Now, if I pulled it up and did that on the Docker NPM workflow that's used in core, we'd be waiting a long time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is just, I mean, I'm on a Windows environment, so this is just a simple Windows bat file, which is a text file, but runs as an executable. And you can also see, I mean, I'm echoing the PHP version at the top as well. And I do that with a reason. You can see that here every time it echoes the PHP version. This isn't default. I do that because I switch PHP version so often that it's really important for me to know on what PHP version I am and to be able to verify that the test or whatever else I'm trying to run is being run on the right PHP version I want to test on.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
a cat saying whether I could use arguments on the CLI to switch. Most likely, I just haven't bothered. I'm not a Windows dev. I'm definitely. I mean, the fact that I use command line, I used to detest command line. In a lot of ways, I still detest command line. That is why I create these bat files, so I do not have to remember what to do on the command line. So yeah, I could probably use arguments, but I don't want to know. and if someone smarter than me or someone more familiar with command line, please feel free to sort that out. But for me, this works fine. I mean, yeah. If someone creates a script where I could do it with arguments, I may use it, I may not. It depends on what other concessions I then have to make with the rest of my script setup.
Yeah, and remember too, everyone listening, that your workflow is your workflow. So what works for Juliette works for her. It makes her very efficient and very fast. And remember, your workflow should make you better, right? It shouldn't slow you down. So yours may be different, and that's okay.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems with using command line arguments is PHP unit, all the command line arguments, the way I've set up the bat is they will be passed blindly onto PHP unit. Mm-hmm. So even if I would use one of them, I would then have to strip it because otherwise PHP unit will get confused by it. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot more involved than just reading out a CLI argument. You also need to strip it because either PHP unit or whatever other program you use might get confused. And when I say whatever other program, I only showed you the PHP unit file, but I have quite a lot of these set up for nearly every single tool which has var available. Mm-hmm. And yes, I have a lot of vars here as well in a lot of different versions.
Which makes sense for you.
I use these type of scripts for everything. And for some things, like people might know, I actually contribute to PHP CS a lot. So I even have specific scripts set up for every single PHP CS version from the start of what I support to now. But like for linting, I have specific scripts which will just run on each minor of PHP, etc., etc. Yeah. So there's this is what works for me at the moment. Mm-hmm. I'm open to ideas on how to improve it, but I'm not really willing to spend much time on doing it myself.
Right. Now, for those folks that are here, contributors that are here, you might be thinking, ooh, Juliette set up something cool. I need to go do that. Consider if you do need to do that or not. Juliette has a very specific workflow because she's the queen of this cross-compatibility and versioning. So she has a lot of tools. But you are. That's what you do all day, right? So if you're constantly needed to switch between all of these different vars and all these different versions and test all these different compatibilities, you want something like this. If you're not doing that and you're saying, I'm on this version and I'm creating a patch, I'm creating some tests, and then I send it off to the CI and let the CI handle it, you don't need anything overly complex at that point. So just kind of keep that in mind. We're not suggesting that you need to go do this workflow. Okay?
Yeah. No, definitely not. And I mean, having 60, 70 different PHP versions, I mean, on my previous desktop, I think I had something like 160. That is not default, that's not standard, and I would not recommend it.
And it took her a long time to set it up.
It is what works for me because, as Tonya says correctly, it is the kind of work I do.
Yes.
But for most people, takes PHP 7.4, PHP 8 as your development environment and let the CI
handle it. Yeah. So you may
I still run via CI as well. I mean, you see that most of these PRs, because I realize I might be breaking stuff, I send to GitHub to make sure that the CI passes. That's not just because I want to be able to talk about them in a live stream. No, that's because I want to make sure the CI actually passes. was only the
Absolutely.
one fix at the very start of the live stream where I didn't do it because it was a default value in a test call, or in a function call in a
Mm.
test.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that is not going to affect anything else.
No.
But all the other fixes could affect other tests, and that's why I use GitHub for those as well.
Mm-hmm. For those also listening, you might be wondering, well, how about the WordPress Docker WP environment? I use that, and I use it because I want to make sure that what I'm using works for all the contributors out there. So I use it, right? So it's okay for you to use it. And I do switch the environment. There is a .env where you can go in and switch when I want to just double check some things. But normally I don't need to switch between different versions. So if you're kind of curious what to use, if I were doing Juliette's work, oh my gosh, I'd be setting up what she has. For WordPress work, I don't necessarily need all of that. So I work with the tools that are there to make sure all contributors can also use those tools. So
Yeah,
okay.
and that show. I mean, I know you've got different computers set up with where you test the different workflows on different environments, on Mac, on Windows, on Linux.
I have a whole bunch of different computers
I
around me.
don't have
Yep.
that set up. I don't. I honestly don't. I don't even have Docker installed on my machine because
Yep.
I do not use it.
Right.
I don't need it because it doesn't make sense for my kind of work.
Our focuses and our work is very different in what we do. So yeah, that makes sense. So I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes folks will come along and go, ooh, those more advanced people, they're doing that. I need to go copy it too. And that's where I wanted to make sure folks know. Exactly.
Yep.
Tools are supposed to work for you.
Yeah, do what works for you, and this works for me because of the type of work I do.
Absolutely.
And I very much value that you pointed out. That it, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Anyway,
let's continue.
back.
I mean, this change, it's extremely simple. It won't affect anything else.
Yep.
And all the different types are already tested, so we know this will be fine.
Yeah, that particular fix that looks perfect to me. The other, all I'm going to do is just go through and just do another double check of the tests themselves, and then that one will be ready to go.
Yeah. I mean, as you already correctly said, this should be done in several commits.
It will be.
And that's also why I linked two different tickets. The 5.363 ticket is the
test.
WordPress 5.9 ticket for generic test improvements.
Yes.
While 5.3.635 is the ticket for PHP 8.1.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Yeah, so that way when I commit these.
These are all for 5.3.3.63, and the last one is the only one for 5.3.635.
Correct. When you ran, I'm just curious, when you, maybe you did you run the actual patch against the files, the test files, before you changed them? Just to make sure that they did run?
Well,
because then the order didn't matter. I was just kind of curious.
You mean the original unchanged?
The original unchanged test files, yeah.
Okay, I didn't, but we can do that easily.
That would be a check. That would be a check that I would do. So you're doing it here.
This is the original one, and this is called test Compat. So I'm gonna check out my base branch for PHP 8.1. And what's in my base branch are some patches from external dependencies from WordPress which haven't released a new version yet.
Okay.
So, but that just means that PHP 8.1 issues in those repos will not get reported in my test report. Right. So I shouldn't fix those in WordPress. They should be fixed in the external repo, and they have already been fixed.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, because I sent in pull requests.
Of course you did. You should see all the pull requests she's had to do for this.
Fix all that shit. But yeah, let's make sure we do the original check. So we go to PHP 8.0. Yep. We run the original test compat file, which should pass completely, but have less tests. So this now has, I split a lot out.
Yeah.
So if I now go to 8.1, you will see a test failure.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
Exactly the test failure which we saw I was fixing. And if I just cherry pick that one commit, so that's just that fix, not the test changes, and then run the tests again.
Should be green.
There we go.
Okay, good. We did that check that is checking against the original test. And then we did a refactoring, or she did a refactoring of all the tests, which is a separate thing that we're going to be committing for a different ticket. So by doing this last little check, it gives a lot of confidence of the fix worked against the old one, and it definitely works against the new. Boom. Good. Already?
Yep.
Done. Next.
Yep. Good.
Take a breath.
We have this one still, the widget controller.
We have that one, right.
And there is the bigger discussion. That is...
Which one?
That one.
Oh, yeah, that one.
I didn't pull... Oh, there's another little fix, which I haven't pulled yet, but I can show locally anyway. Shall I just show that little fix?
If it's a little one, sure.
It's tiny. It really is tiny. This one.
We said that earlier and then spent 40 minutes on a tiny one.
Remember parse string?
Yeah.
Then we looked at parse URL a lot previously, but let's look at parse string again. Parse string expects a string that's non-nullable, and no value is returned because it actually updates the results array by reference.
Yes.
So if we look at the commit, there is a parse string here which uses the output of a parse URL call, but parse URL can. And this is from the previous session. So if you weren't there, quick recap. Both the PHP native parse URL as well as WP parse URL, which emulates the PHP native parse URL minus some bugs, will return false on parse failure, an array of URL components on success. However, if you requested a specific component, it will give that component or null if the component doesn't exist in a given URL.
Did you get all that?
Well, we'll look at the code now. In this case, WP parse URL goes to the redirect to get and asks for the query parameter. But a redirect to might go to the home page without a query parameter.
That's right.
In other words, query component might be null.
Null.
And if query component is null and we pass it blindly onto parse string, we will get one of those null, passing null to non-nullable.
That's right.
So what I'm doing is I'm initializing query as an empty array because the result of parse string will be put into query. Right. But if we're not going to call parse string, then query might be undefined. So I'm initializing query as an empty array. And then if the query component is either is not false and not null, only then I'm passing it to parse string.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. So this is a tiny one.
Is that how we solved it for the other ones as well? Same pattern?
And the other ones often didn't use the combination of parse URL and parse string. It's similar, yeah.
Did we have another one with the combination of parse URL and parse string?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I've seen so many fixes by now.
When I do the code review on that one, I'll just double check because we like to look for consistent patterns when we can.
But let's be fair. If look back on today and all the passing null to non-nullable fixes, nearly all of the fixes had a different solution.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So in this case, for this particular one, this solution made sense.
Mm-hmm.
But that's in other code context, a different solution might have been the better one.
Right.
So I'm not all that stuck on keeping the exact same pattern everywhere, because you always need to look at the specific code context of where you're applying the fix.
Yeah, the thing will be if there's something that's similar in context, and then just putting that in the ticket just so that folks know that that's been considered for context when folks look back at it later. But anyway, yep, that's a good one. So that looks like one you're ready to...
Why not do a cast? Because it makes, calling parse string is on an empty string is just as useless.
Yeah.
And query component being an empty string, even if it would be a set, but a set to an empty string, again, it really wouldn't give you any usable input. So we might as well just skip that function call and make WordPress tiny bit more performant.
Exactly. Yeah. Why do the operation if nothing's going to come from it? So don't do the processing if you don't need to.
Yeah.
You may look at it and go
to put this one somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
But
yeah, from a performance point of view, folks, you might be hearing us saying it's a tiny. It is fractions of a second, very, very, very tiny. But they get added. Yeah, they get additive if you use this over and over and over and over and over on a particular page. May be a huge amount of content doing a lot of different things, and then it starts to add up a little bit. Yeah. So
and it's similar like with the splat or the spread operator. Those changes. People were saying, yeah, but why would we do this? What's the benefit? Mm-hmm. Well, consider the difference between using the splat operator or a call user func array is times 3 in performance.
Yes.
And if that might be 5 microseconds versus 15 microseconds. But if you then realize that this was these kind of functions and the basically the spread operator was injected in some of the most used functions in WordPress,
it adds up.
Those kind of performance changes make a difference in the long run.
Right. Yeah. These micro optimizations can add up in highly used functionality that's being used over and over and over and over and over again. You're just going to call it a couple of times. You're never going to notice it, literally. But some of these are heavy usage. Yeah. So
it's like if you use array merge within a loop. Mm-hmm. Seriously, please don't do that.
Don't do that.
Create an array and gather all the result arrays in that array, and then pass that array to with the unpack splat operator to array merge after the loop. Because array merge is really bad performance-wise.
Huge.
So
yes.
Again, things like that it's small things, but they're significant ones.
There's Kat saying, yeah, cascading improvements are cumulative. They are. So, and mostly on sites that really need performance, these types of things can really matter. Okay.
And the thing is, I'm not out here looking for performance improvements.
Nope, we're just getting them.
I'm definitely not looking at WordPress on where can we make micro optimizations for performance. That's not what we're doing. We're looking at something which needs fixing anyway, and if we're fixing it anyway, we're doing it in the most performant way.
Yes. Yeah, and you might hear me. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not about those micro optimizations.
It's not. For me, I always focus. I see those because I came from a performance product company, and it's always just in my head. Also, I used to work with robotics, so microseconds mattered. So it's always in my head of, oh, but look, we also got a performance boost. Woo, cool. It wasn't the goal, but bam, look at that. We got that too. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. This one. Yeah,
option.
I don't remember what this problem was, and this one is in draft, and there's a reason for it, if I remember correctly. Actually, no, this is a different one. Oh God, no, there's the other one which I still have locally because I don't even know where to start to describe this and how to figure out if it's the right fix. But
Okay.
yeah, but there's more. We need another session at some point. But let's start with this one first. The get option function will return false for a widget which was not previously registered. And in certain situation that can lead to automatic conversion of false to array is deprecated. Notice in PHP 8.1. It's called auto-vivification of false to array, which is now deprecated. And I cannot pronounce this. Sorry. Get your stuff together. That language is horrible. I mean,
you did pretty good though.
I know I butchered it though.
No, it's okay.
Well,
you notice I didn't try.
Yeah. Now I'm going to ask you.
No.
Pronounce it, please.
No.
Auto-vivification, something like that.
That word. Right there. See it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the RFC in PHP which is causing this notice, and this is a test-only fix. So let's have a look. Okay, the REST API REST widget controller. I'm just going to call up the original file now, so we can have a look at what's going on there. As I say, it may sound only briefed a while ago for some people. And, I made these fixes last week. For me, that's like 100 fixes ago. I do not remember.
Cat showing off, by the way.
Yeah, it's the widget controller. Okay. So in the setup of the widget controller, okay.
Yes, this actually makes sense to me because you can't count on that an array is coming back. So you're checking. Yeah. And if not, you need to initialize it to an array. Yep.
Okay, so here this is in the setup of a test class. It's registering a non-multi widget for testing. It's doing a get option, which may return false. And then it's checking if anything has been sent in an update request, as in a save of the widget. And if it has been saved, then it updates the settings variable and then updates the option. Except here, settings may be false, and here we're treating it as an array. This is exactly the auto-vivification on false.
Even better that time. Good job.
Let me try it another 100 times and who knows. So settings may be an array or it may be false. And here we're always treating it as an array, which is causing the warning.
And actually, they didn't even need to do the settings until they got into the false or into the conditional. But hey, that's not part of the scope here. But anyway.
True. Actually, is that true?
It's within.
Probably, yeah.
It's within that callback. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. That's true. But yeah, and more than anything, if settings is not an array,
do that.
We should initialize it to an empty array.
Yes.
At the same time, and this is why I've left it as draft, I don't understand why there was something why I didn't understand how that could ever be empty, because we're actually registering the widget in the setup. So by the time we get to the update callback, it should always exist. And I know I'm missing something here. And no matter what, this does fix the immediate problem.
It does, but you should never. You're right. You should never get into that state.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. So that's why it's in draft. I think it would be good to do some deeper digging, but there's actually a few more like this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like here, and for in another class, there's another test case which I haven't figured out yet, where it creates a number of users, and then for one of the users, it at some point has a null value for one of the user properties which should be set. And even if I explicitly set that property for the user, it still has as a null value, even though it's run in the setup. There's something weird going
Something
on with
funky
the
going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another test, and that's one which I haven't even pulled yet.
Okay.
But yeah, as I say, this one I've left it on drafts because I know I must be missing something. But if I look at it, my brain goes like, but if I'm setting up this widget in the setup, how can it ever return false on get option by the time we get to the callback?
Mm-hmm. I don't understand it either. I'd have to dig in deeper to go and see how that callback is processed and what the timing is.
Yep. And Kat actually has a really, really good remark. Get option has a second parameter, and I'm going to
call does.
Up then.
Just set array.
Basically, it has it asks for the name of the option, and then you can pass a default value. The default is false.
Right.
But if we pass it an empty array as a default, if the option doesn't exist, we would get back an empty array, and that would take this whole question out of it. Basically, I could just add an empty array here as the second parameter to the get option call, and then move the settings into here, obviously. And that would fix it just as well. I think that's a really good call.
I think that's a good call, Kat. Yeah. I think, though, I do want to take a look at this and see why would that happen. But yeah, that is a good thing to do just as a fail-safe in case something else.
Can I just add that as a comment?
Yes, please.
Anyway, move setting retrieval to within the if plus no need to check for the return value, just pass the default parameter like so. Props.
Yeah, Kat, she's all over it right now, typing in. We do tend to, as we go through these, Kat, you weren't here earlier, but as we go through and we see follow-up things we want, we're just opening up comments to remind ourselves, oh yeah, let's go back and do that.
Why am I not getting you when I search on GitHub? Let me check that I got your nick correct. Yes, I do. Okay, then GitHub is just being weird. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Good.
Yeah. So and then I put the props there, so as a reminder for the committer to also make sure that Kat gets credit for this, because that was a totally valid remark.
Yep. I'll remember you when I commit it, Kat. Okay. Yeah, that one confuses me, but still, I still think it's a good case to put a default in. I just don't understand why it would ever get in that state. Yeah.
Okay, and Kat's saying that's the reason why it's not bringing her up was because she not commented or linked to the project.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
fair enough. In
why
this
not?
case, I've got you anyway, and I'll make sure that I've got your name correct. So it should be fine now. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd really appreciate for you or anyone else who wants to dig in to get a second opinion on what the heck is going on with this test class.
Yeah, something's
Why
funky.
that option would even return the default in the first place.
Hmm.
Um, as you could see, I mean, if you look at the complete set of PRs where I did something like 12 PRs within one day.
Hmm.
And this was one of the last ones where I was sort of
Okay.
running out of steam and thinking like, okay, my brain is starting to hurt.
Yeah. Hey, Kat,
So
I put the link up there for you in case you're curious and want to go dig in and see too. But I'll also take a look. Let's see
yeah,
if we can figure out why that's needed. Yeah, and then we can turn this particular PR, get
yeah,
it
from
out of
Rant.
working. Yep.
I'd really like a second opinion.
Okay.
I know the fix is good, except I don't understand exactly why the fix is needed.
Yeah. I
That,
I don't
just
understand it either. So just looking at it, but yeah, we'll dig into that one. So all right,
yeah.
on the list.
Okay. Let me see. I think we
I'm just
are.
going to add that note too in the comments just to remind us our future selves.
Yeah. Well, why I left it as an open.
Yeah. Why?
Mm,
Okay. All right.
yeah, and what I said, the one with where I was getting a null to non-nullable with users which existed, and even if I add the user email, it was still giving me null. That's in the in REST API again, but it's the REST users controller test file,
Mm-hmm.
and I haven't pulled that yet because I haven't figured out why the heck this is happening, and it
Mm,
just bugs me no end. This feels like it's a bug in the tests, not a bug in the code.
yeah. But getting to the bottom of it would be good to be able to, one, to have confidence that the code itself is fine, and then
I know.
resolving whatever's going on in the test.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and one thing at a time. We can't have
Oh
them
yeah,
all.
I know. I know.
This is another really interesting one,
Mm-hmm.
but again, this is one I haven't got enough confidence yet to pull. I mean, so this is the XML RPC file,
Mm-hmm.
and it's for post title, post content, post excerpt, and post more, and tags input,
Mm-hmm.
all of which should be strings.
Should be.
It's doing it is set,
Mm-hmm.
and if it's set, it's setting it to whatever
Whatever's there. Mm-hmm.
is, and otherwise to null.
Why no? Hmm.
Yes, thank you. I'm I'm reasonably sure this. If we change the def, I mean, there's only one which is causing an error, but that's more than likely because there's not enough tests. Um, if we change those default values from null to an
It's
empty
gonna break.
string,
Mm-hmm.
it well, the thing is, it fixes it,
Well, I
and
know it
and
fixes it, but
everything more consistent.
mm-hmm.
But I'm not. I don't think there's enough tests to safeguard this
Mm-mm.
change to be sure.
Mm-hmm.
But writing enough tests for this is going to be a huge job.
Huge, yeah.
Yeah, so again, this is, functions which should be a class. Let me see, where
probably
does
some
this
pretty old stuff there.
Okay, this is 5326. 5326. Okay, it's not too bad. 5634, so that's only 300 lines for a function.
It's pretty old code too, so yeah.
It's extremely old code, and it's a lot of installs nowadays have xmlrpc disabled anyway. So I do also wonder if it really is going to make a difference, or more than anything, it's probably going to prevent some undefined variable notices for people.
That's true.
More than anything. So I think we might actually be fixing some really old bugs.
I think so too.
But yeah, as I say, and I did discover it because there is a test.
Okay, good.
It is the reason I started looking into it was because there's one test failing.
Okay. Well, it drew your eyes to it, so now it's a matter of I agree with you.
Fixing 4 default values based on 1 failing test, not on 4 failing tests. So yeah.
Yeah, that means we need more tests.
Yeah, and as with a 300 line function in really old code, this is I mean, if someone was worked on this code before, would like to chime in and give a second opinion on this fix, then we may be able to get away with committing it without spending a week or 2 writing tests.
Why don't you push it? Have you pushed that one yet? Is it available? Why don't you push it, and then we can see if someone wants to chime in and do some testing on it.
Yeah. Let me put a note in my note that I will understand.
Maybe the component maintainer of this one too could render opinion on it potentially.
I'll push and put in draft.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do that. And Kat is asking what's PHP's minimum version. Well, PHP minimum version was 1.0, I think. But the WordPress minimum PHP version is 5.6.20 at this moment.
Yeah, Kat was talking about for how those ternaries are built there.
Actually, that's not true.
So,
cool. Those lines could be reduced to this. No. I'm actually just going to grab one of my slide decks. Sorry, and it's not even a slide from the quiz, Kat.
Give me back your cookie that I gave you, Kat.
I'm actually going to grab the slides from WordCamp Europe 2019.
Which one is? I'll go to this.
Which was For the Love of Code, where I'm talking about modernizing WordPress.
Okay. Speaker deck. Isn't that funny? I type in speaker deck and guess whose name pops up immediately in my browser history.
Well, we did look at some slides at some point not too long ago. Okay, I'm just going to pull up this one slide now. Okay. We have A is not set and B is 10. If we use empty on A, then we get default. If we use empty on B, we'll get 10. If we use that with a short turn array, then hang on, B is suddenly true. If we use A like the code sample Kat posted in the comments in the chat, then hang on, suddenly we get an undefined variable notice. for A. So use it basically. The short ternary is a nice idea, but it's rarely, and I'm talking really, really rarely, ever the right idea. In most cases, it's incorrectly used. And in most cases, you're better off not using it.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, what people don't realize is that what is missing here is it uses the result of the expression.
Yes.
It does a loose comparison, and it doesn't mean it doesn't insert. So here, yes, it would use A, but like here with the empty returns true or false. So in this case with not empty B, that's why we get the true instead of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Because it uses the result of the expression.
Right.
And it's not an isset, it's not equivalent to an isset. And if we used an isset, again, we get true or false.
True or false.
As a return, and not the actual value of the value we were checking, whether it's isset. Mm-hmm. So no, we really cannot use short ternary.
That was a good slide, by the way.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Want to see more? Now, this slide deck is available on Speaker Deck.
Which one was that one again? And I'll put the link in. Which?
Let me look it up.
Since you can't post.
The
love of code.
So this is the one. This is probably the short version, the one with the chosen adventure from WordCamp EU, and this is the full slide deck.
Okay. You put up the full
in the number of views.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it has gathered interest from people.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. I put it up there in the chat. So.
Yeah, but
that's a really good slide deck, by the way. Go through it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the cat is saying, okay, but null coalescence doesn't emit undefined variable nodes. Correct, except null coalescence is a 7.0 feature.
Right.
So we cannot use. Right. That's actually the next slide in the same slide deck.
Oh, yeah? That's where she was saying, I'm used to 7+. So, yeah, that's the difference. So.
Yeah, let me go back to this slide. Where is it? Hi. Short ternary.
Hello, short ternary.
Yeah, okay, so current slide. This was the short ternary slide. Yep. Now the next slide. In this case, yeah, so the conclusion here is discouraged. Next slide is about null coalescence.
Hey, Kat, I get confused all the time. So,
yeah, so you check for not isset or isset, and you use ternary. That's all fine. As of 7.0, you can use null coalescence, and as of 7.4, you can use null coalesce equals. So this whole 3-line check becomes this 3-token or a 4-token
tiny wee bit of code.
And it does exactly the same thing. So yeah. So again, yes. Do not use short ternary. Please do not. Save your sanity and just don't do it. Yes, do use null coalescence, but don't use it in WordPress yet because 7.0.
Yeah. You know what, Kat? Thanks for raising that, because that's really a great learning opportunity for everybody around who is curious about all the different ways that the ternaries are used, not only in 5.6, but on up. So it gave Juliette a chance to come in and teach everybody. So, hey, woohoo! We love throwing those up.
If anyone is interested in actually I mean, obviously the long version is not on WordPress TV, but the version I gave at WordCamp EU is on WordPress TV. So
Look
you
at
can
that.
actually watch the talk as I gave it there about modernizing WordPress.
I'm pulling it up. Give me a minute.
Yeah, and I just did search with love and code and it came up as the only talk.
Oh,
So it's, yeah.
nobody else loves code? What? Come on. Here, I got it. Okay. On.
So in the slide deck in Speaker Deck, the full slide deck has got more information than just this because it has to choose your own adventure. But if you do want to watch the video, it's available on WordPress TV.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
It's 8:00. Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, it's getting late. So much for us time boxing. We tried.
Yeah, we tried. We did try.
I almost wonder if the bigger conversation on input validation, or we need to move it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do think we can probably still look at some of the parse URL ones, which we looked quite a few last time. Mm-hmm. There are some more still to go.
Okay. Have those been pushed yet?
No, okay. And you can see here in my comment, serious motherfuckery going on here. And for the other one, more. So it would actually be good to look at this with someone else to keep my sanity, to preserve my sanity. So yeah. Let's, for the other conversation, so we're still going to leave the convert entities one for the next time.
Yeah.
Just for anyone listening later, the reason why I'm leaving that for another time, basically the whole of the formatting file, but also some other places in WordPress, contains a lot of functions which are used in callbacks, both by WordPress core as well as by other, plugins and themes. Those functions which are used in callbacks presume, and for the most part, presume they're getting the correct input type and barely do any input validation whatsoever, and just use the input as if they received the correct type. Which, with a null to null, it would already give errors.
Right.
Like if someone would pass an array where a string is expected, but with a null to non-nullable, it's going to give even more errors. The question we need to ask ourselves is, should we even attempt to hide those errors? Or should we say, people are doing it wrong, let's show those errors and leave them in place, or make them more uniform as errors, either through doing it wrong or some way of adding input validation, but doing quite strict input validation and doing it wrong in all other cases and just erroring out. I mean, this is doing it wrong.
It is.
And those errors are there for a reason. And sometimes we shouldn't be fixing errors, but actually pushing those errors out to users so they can fix their own shit.
Yeah, I think this will be a great one to sit down and have a a deep conversation about and debate how we want to handle this, because you do bring up some different ways that it can be solved. So
yeah, and the convert invalid entities is only one of the functions. I mean, the fix there is a valid fix, but I can push that fix and the same number of tests fail afterwards, because it just fails at a different point in formatting. And if I fail that one, the next function in formatting will fail.
Yep. It cascades.
Yeah. It's a chain of failing functions because no input validation is done.
Was there.
And yeah, it's... I do think we need a structural conversation about it.
I do too. I think that, and honestly, that's going to be a fun one. So that's why I thought, let's just move that one to where we can have that conversation about input valid. Gosh, we could probably fill a whole thing if we invite people, and let's have a conversation about input validation.
Yeah.
Did you see Kat? What she put up?
Yeah, considering, with the RC and everything and WordPress, and that this is so inherently ingrained in WordPress and poses such an extreme point of failure for all plugins and themes, especially with the non-type safe filters, where, the ticket's been open nearly a year now with no action. We don't have type safe filters, so plugin A will do it wrong.
Yep.
We'll pass a null back instead of a string. Plugin B will get the blame because that's where the deprecation notice is thrown, and they don't understand why there's a null there.
That's right.
Because, hey, WordPress passes a string, so why would it ever be a null? So this is, again, part of that same problem we already saw with PHP 8.0, and which is getting even worse with 8.1, where we have a structural problem also with the wrong plugins getting the blame,
right?
Because of the non-type safe filter system, hook system in WordPress. And I do think we need a structural conversation about it.
I do too.
But I also think that this is too large a conversation to have at this time. I mean, it's 8:00 in the evening now. I don't mind continuing on for another half hour, 45 minutes, but by that time I need dinner.
Well, after a certain number of hours, we all get tired too. I think this would be a very healthy with fresh eyes, where we haven't been talking for 4 hours or whatever, and we can bring some different people into the conversation, because it's going to set up. Sure, this is one specific case, but this is going to set up a larger conversation about input validation that we talked about earlier in this working session of, we've got an issue here we need to deal with all the way across the board. This is a great way to just step in, have a conversation about this that leads us into that bigger conversation. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let's save that for next time.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, if you're open for it, but maybe we should talk dates afterwards. But in 2 weeks' time, Friday, same time would work for me.
Let me just look
to at least have that conversation, the initial conversation. The thing is, we need to get that conversation going before the RC of WordPress 5.9.
Oh, I agree.
And the RC of 5.9 will be somewhere mid-October. So I think the sooner the better. And at the same time, we still have other work as well. So in 2 weeks' time on the Friday might be...
Same time. Let's just put that in. Everybody, same time, 2 weeks from today. Yep, I got that in my calendar.
17th. Yep, I'm going to put it in now as well. Yep, done. And if you still have some energy, we could have a quick look at some of the parse URLs and gripe about those and see if we can come up with some solutions there.
I gotta put this in here. Okay, now it's in my calendar. You know how I am. If I don't get it in my calendar right away, be like, darn it.
You're not the only one.
Uh-huh.
You're not the only one. And hopefully by the time we come back here in 2 weeks' time, this list of open PRs will be a lot smaller because you've committed.
Next week I'm working on these. Well, first I'm finishing up the name parameters support ones. I got one in yesterday, and I'll finish the rest of them next week, and then I'll jump onto these and get these committed as well. So
that sounds absolutely awesome.
Good.
Yeah.
The other ones that you have, how many of them are there?
I'm just going to pull up the file because they're the session. Because I actually have a separate editor session just for parse URL.
Oh, yeah.
And Cron 2, the Cron ones aren't part of it. So, parse URL. And yeah, obviously there's some where it's tested that this first one isn't one of them, but here we have a few. And again, we don't. Some of them might not need fixing, but there are definitely some which still need looking at. And if we can, even if we can look at 2 or 3 or 4 of them, and
there's a lot of them.
yeah, hey,
I know.
you have no idea how many I've already discovered.
I already know.
When I started this session, as in this editor session, I think I had something like 50 files in there. All the other files have already been dealt with.
Okay.
And some of them were, the conclusion was, this is not a problem.
Yeah, move
because on. With this particular input and this, either, I mean, something like this will not be a problem because it doesn't have the component.
Right. That's right.
It's only when there's a component, generally, when there's a problem. Or, like here, where it's not being checked that the query arc exists, and I need to check if we look at parse URL, if it always returns the complete array or not. And I'm not 100% sure if it does. Oh God, there are too many functions here. Change. Yeah, it looks like it will always have the complete set in that case. But might it be false? The value might be null. The value of, actually no, here we've got parse, unset parse key.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, goodness. So we need to,
okay. So although the other one returns all of it, it's also going through and unsetting there too. Okay.
Yeah, basically for now, I think it makes sense to just look at the ones which have a component. And in this case, host should always be set.
It should always be set. Yeah.
Yeah. So that shouldn't necessarily
okay.
be a problem. Yeah. So this is why, it would be good to look at a few of them. And I've already identified a few where there are serious what the fucks.
Well.
So we could just look at those.
Okay.
Is it okay to take 1 minute bathroom break and turn on the lights?
Yeah, that sounds good. And I see Kat's volunteered to help with the sanity check here too.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Doesn't it make sense to Kat is the most interactive today in the session. I know there's more people watching based on the number I see on my screen. Yep. But
yeah, let's just take a few minutes.
Shall we send her the link and get her to join us in the screen for now?
Hey, Kat, you want to come join us on the screen? Yes, no.
Answer while we do our Senate bathroom break, and then I'll DM you the link or something.
Yeah. Okay. Give everybody 2 minutes. We're going to take a little break. Be right back. Look at that. We're back at the same time.
Yeah.
And Kat said, sure.
Excellent. Let me grab the...
She just pinged me.
Oh, yeah. If I just stop sharing briefly.
Here, I got her.
Send her the link. Kat, you have the link in your Twitter DMs.
And you also have it in Slack where you pinged me. You've got multiples.
Yeah. Yeah, and my comment from earlier this morning has, in the meantime, gotten even more responses on Twitter, but I'll read those later. I am glad and heartened to see that I'm not the only one who's at some point getting to a point that it's enough.
Yeah.
And that's it. At least it resonates with people to that there is a lot of work involved with these kind of PHP compatibility updates.
Definitely. Oh.
Right, let me...
Here she comes. She's ringing in.
Excellent. And what I'll do is I'm going to put my local branch. Let me see what
I'll switch to the screen after we say hi to our new guest who just came to join us. See, now she's here with us, so she's not cracking me up in the live stream chat like she likes to do. I think that's part of her quest. She likes to see how much she can make me laugh, don't you?
Yeah.
Hi. Nice.
Hello.
You and I have not met like live like this. Hello.
Ah.
Yeah, I've been. I was involved in WordPress quite heavily in 2012 to 20 something or other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to have to pause the YouTube stream because it's distracting me now.
I hear you.
Oh, yeah. The one thing is make sure it's on silent.
Yeah, it was on silent, but it was just like I kept seeing the movement, and because of the delay between like here and that, and
that's why
I put mine up there.
Yeah, I have mine right above the video screen, so I can actually see what the delay is.
Yeah, I look up too. You see me look up all the time. I put it up there, so it's way out of my eyesight on purpose. Otherwise, it distracts me too. So, well, welcome.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, what I've done in the meantime is I've put a branch up with the local commit I had, the local what the fuck commits, where I already determined we have a problem here and we need to look at that. So
give me a minute. I've got to set up the freaking screen because you know how I struggle with that.
That's okay. Basically, if you check out okay, so if you go to my fork of WordPress and then go to the branches, it's the top branch. It's the parse URL branch for anyone who wants to follow along. Again, I'd love to post it, but apparently if I post a link in YouTube, it doesn't get posted.
It doesn't work for you, yeah. All right, let me see. I'm not seeing it. Why not? Hold on. Well, go ahead and get started. Open it up, and I'll look for it.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just eating a little sugar to keep me going.
Nah. Oh, that's why, Tonya. Golly, geez. Get to the right place.
yeah, WordPress develop is my fork of an unofficial mirror we had of WordPress before there was an official mirror. So that's why WordPress develop official. The top branch, local track 53635, PHP 8.1, and then look for the parse URL. If you look at that and then click on commits, the WP login one is the one we already looked at earlier, where we just made a wrapper, an if around a call. And the redirect canonical and WP customized manager are two typical ones we could look at now.
You know, it's coming up for not viewable for me, so that's why I'm like,
Why is it not viewable for you? Kat,
Kat, can you see him?
I popped out the video and then I muted myself. Sorry.
I got it. Okay, got it.
Okay. But Kat, can you see my branch?
The local track 536 thingy.
Yeah, the parse URL one. And there's two commits at the top, and either one of them we could have a start to look at. Is there a preference? Does anyone prefer redirect canonical or WP customized manager?
No, I don't have a preference. You pick.
Kat?
I'm still trying to find thing because it's a very tiny screen on my screen. So, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, my screen is completely for streaming at this moment with all the fonts resized to...
The second link I just shared, Kat, will get you right to it. Took me a second. Sorry about that. Okay.
Yeah. So either one of those top two commits.
Let's just open them up.
Just open both.
Well, I see a more arg and I see a serious.
Yeah, I mean, this is the more arg, and you can see the comments where I'm saying danger, danger, danger. All of this needs to be looked into, and you can, and this is all still in one function. And so the customized one is smaller, but I've already put comments in there saying, okay, we need to look into this. So.
Well, what one are you on right now? I was just looking at the other one. Danger, danger, danger. Okay.
This is the customizer one.
All right, let's go to there.
It's the smaller one of the two.
Smaller one works for me. All right, let's see.
Here we go. This is the one customized manager. And what lines were we on? 4. Seriously, files with 5,000 lines? Okay.
Yeah. It's like the manager class is like, I need to manage everything, no matter how tiny.
In this case, luckily, the function itself will actually fit on my screen. Hey, except I do need, in this editor, I hadn't changed font size yet. So let me change that font size and see if it still fits on screen then. I changed that for the editor I was using a minute ago. Okay. Yeah, still fits on one screen, only just, but it does. Okay, so
I'm a little bit confused with spacing and stuff on this.
What do you mean? You mean the comments I've put just randomly because I needed to put them somewhere?
I've expanded the file to try and find the end of the function, and it looks like the end of the function is on like 4701, but that is in line with the if on 4688. And so my brain is just going,
where's the end? Yeah. The format.
It is actually for 4701. But that's
Sorry?
if the function starts in my file at least at 4667 and ends on 4701.
Yeah, me too.
Yep, I'm looking at the commit met one, so that's would match.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, the 4688 if it looks on the GitHub to be in line with the closing brace, but I know it's not because otherwise it would never pass code style.
No, but on GitHub it doesn't either.
Linux browsers.
There it is.
This is why we shouldn't be looking in the browsers. Anyway.
Okay, let's go back to the flaw. Okay, so first things first, we've got wp get refer. And if we look at that function, it returns a string or false on failure. But it also uses, it returns directly the return value of wp validate redirect in certain cases. And let's have a look at that. Has location is default location string where
string
there was something
default
going on there as well. Oh yeah, default is a parameter, so hey, you can set that parameter to anything.
Yes, you can.
Awesome. And then that default can be returned blindly. In other words, wp get refer, it should be a string or false, but we don't know. And wp validate redirect also, if it returns a string, could potentially return a URL without trailing slash if I looked that up in the function. And if it's a URL without trailing slash, then the path component will not be set. Will return null. And if we then pass null to wp base name, we'll get wp base name will call the PHP native base name, and it will get a passing null to non-nullable. So we know this function nesting is definitely problematic.
Yes.
At the same time, it does do a positive check here for refer. So if it's false or null, it shouldn't even get
It shouldn't
there.
get to there. Correct.
But now, what else have I got here as comments? Now, why is this return URL being used here? Oh yeah, that's here it uses this return URL. Except this, we've just spent 4 if-elses
Prepping
on
that one.
setting local return URL.
Yeah.
And now we're suddenly using this return URL again. So this
Twice.
Yeah, and I somehow have a feeling like, is this a bug or am I missing something?
Or is it on purpose? Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I couldn't figure it out by the time I looked at this and was too tired to figure it out. I just realized this may not be what was intended. And let's look at the return URL at the top. Okay, return URL. Well, it should be a string, is actually null by default, or rather not set, so null. And if it's null, which is perfectly possible, we have a problem again. And it doesn't by default get overruled in the constructor, does it? No.
Yeah, just looking over that, it's the referrer, while it kind of goes through and says like, hey, if I've got a return URL, then use that. Otherwise, if I've got a referrer and it meets these conditions, then use that. Otherwise, if I've got a preview URL, use that. Otherwise, use the home URL. Like, none of those values are then used for the subsequent query or the subsequent parsing, because it just uses this return URL.
Yeah, it looks like what it's doing too. If you go down to that conditional, notice it's only using from the property that was set elsewhere to do in there.
Return URL, and that's the value which is actually returned in the end.
Yeah.
It's more like, but why are we even doing any of this?
Yep.
Why isn't this, for instance, not within return URL here in that condition? Because in all the other cases, none of this should be necessary, because return URL is not a usable value. It's a falsy value.
It's an unset value as well. Like,
yep, it's either unset, but it'll definitely be falsy, because otherwise, this condition wouldn't have fallen through.
So,
and
if the theme's return URL base name is not that, and or the return URL query is not set for any reason, if it's false or null or whatever it passes, then we get no return on this method at all.
Yep.
Or am I just misreading it because of layout?
Probably. The return URL.
No, yeah.
No, the thing is, if here it might be null. You're correct. So if return it can't be null, because then it wouldn't go into that condition. So return URL will always be something.
Yes.
Basically.
And the default, it would be the home URL. So.
And then it returns that return URL in the end, except it's changing it. Yeah, you understand when you look at this function that my brain went, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, because everything there should be up there in that first if, and then just return out of that. And then the rest would be, well, if it's not that, then go do all this. But the question, why? Is this a bug, like you said, to where they're using the property instead of what we just built? Or is it just a whoops, all of that code really belongs up there in that first if?
I mean, it's got another two parse URLs here, which are both querying for something, for a component, both based without doing a check whether return URL is set, which
is up there.
Yeah. So both of those might be null and will cause passing null to non-nullable errors. And then we're using the output of one of those again on a parse string, which
I don't know how to call if this is a whoopsie to where this is supposed to be up there in the if statement that is only tied to that property, or is it a whoopsie that we're supposed to be using the variable that just got populated above it? Yeah.
That's why I honestly I don't know how to
I don't know either. I mean, the only thing I can think of is, well, two things. One is to go backwards and look at context of when this got added. That's going to take some tracing.
Right now.
And then if there's not clues there, then it's to go to, what is this one? Is to go and talk to the component maintainer and folks who might know to say, what the?
By the looks of it, we should invite Weston from 2015 to look at this with us. And I mean, there is a change here by Sergey as well. And I mean, yeah, I should look at the commit before mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I look at the
There it
commit
is.
before mine, there's a commit
It's
here
right
by
there.
Sarah, and for the rest of it is largely Western with one tiny change from Aaron.
Right. But that big branch right there is during that particular commit, Sergey. It might be good to go back to that change set and see if there's any explanation in it.
I really wish that I could like maximize your shared screen.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Hey, Paul. Paul just said that second part should be part of the if theme block. That's kind of what we're thinking too, Paul, but we're not 100% sure.
Here it says, if the return URL for close button is a page added to the appearance menu by a deactivated theme, fall back to the theme screen. And the ticket associated is 4686. So
for the question that I have is like, is the priority of the if else if, is that important? The main reason I ask that is just because, like, if the referrer check one is not that important, then we can like move the preview URL up the chain and then move the referrer check and the WP get referrer, because that's the only place that it's used, into the else, and then have like a if return URL, else if preview URL, else get the referrer, check that. If it's not the thing, then it's the home URL.
I'm pretty sure that order is important.
I think that order is pretty important too. Yeah, it's specific.
But I do think we need to basically read up on this ticket we just identified.
Now, the part
what the hell is going on here.
Yeah, part of what we've got here too is if, this is a big if that theme check really belongs with that first conditional block, then the else if can all be moved down, and even that refer check can be moved down. Move that up and then just return out at that point. But let's first figure out.
We can just get rid of the whole else.
You got it. Just return, boom. Yeah. Bunch of ifs and returns, and then the home URL is the last one that gets returned by default. The question, though, gets back to, is this theme check supposed to be using the property, or is it supposed to be using the return URL we just built? I don't know.
So let's have a look at the ticket, and I guess we just need to read it.
Read it, if it tells us.
Yeah, I've got your full screen now.
Yay!
Control plus zooming for the win.
Yeah. Well, in YouTube, you've got cinema mode as well, don't you? And full screen mode. But yeah. And I mean, I know the Git editor I can't really change much, but things like my browser or my code editor, I can change the font size easily. So that's helpful.
Yeah. It was more just like the video on the video comms side was very tiny, as in it was like 640 by 480, like right in the middle of my laptop screen.
I hear you. And Paul is giving some interesting insights. Set your return URL, set the URL. If empty return. I need to look at the code where we're talking.
Oh, he's in source, WP admin, customize.
Okay.
But yeah, that helps us understand where it's coming from, but within the context of the function, it needs to be kind of more atomic and not worry other places.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because it doesn't matter what's been set, if the value coming to this point is not in the right state, then we're going to get problems.
We're still going to get
why
the
we're kind
deprecation
of going through it.
notices. I mean, we're still going to get the deprecation notices if this function isn't correct. Okay, reading.
Crazy question. We have a test that covers this function. Or tests that cover this function, this get return URL function.
Okay, let me check that to be sure. I'm pretty sure there are actually tests for this.
Because if we've got tests for it, then the test should tell us how it should operate.
Only if the test is correct and not based on what the function does.
Based on the code. Yeah, that's there, right?
Yeah, and that's often...
A lot of times in the test suite, it's going to be the other, make the test turn green versus writing the test to validate what should be going on. Yeah.
Let's... let me switch to PHP 8.0 just to be sure that we see what happens on 8.0 first. So this is the file which has tests for this class. Oh yeah, that's an error I always get. Don't worry about that one.
What error? I see no error.
Yeah.
It's down there at the bottom.
So return URL with deactivated theme. So there's two return URL specific tests. If I now switch to 8.1, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of them failed, but based on the previous findings with parse URL, I started doing a complete review of all users of parse URL within the whole code base because it's such a common point of failure. So whether there are tests or not, I didn't even look at that.
Well, let me tell you, the test that comes with this particular change set specifically is setting the property for that URL. So it's assuming that it's assuming the first if's going to fall in.
Yeah, and in this case, one of the two is already one of the two tests for return URL is already erroring on PHP 8.1. Mm-hmm. So no matter what, we're hitting one of the conditions, and it's erroring on 4685. So it's erroring on this line
right there.
Yeah, even though you say it is actually setting return URL.
Yeah, the one test is setting. It's the one that came with the change set, and it's just one test. It assumed, and that's kind of what I'm thinking is that test was specifically added for that chunk of code that's doing that theme check, but it's assuming from the test that parameter is set, that property is set. So therefore, in thinking, again, assumption here, but just by looking at the test that goes with the change set, that entire if block and the code above it is supposed to be when there's a property set.
Sorry, my brain just went like, what the fuck here? There's a property declared in the middle of a test class.
No, don't do that.
I mean, put them at the bloody top of the valve.
No.
And okay, so this is the original one with how many? How many assertions?
Yeah.
So this should be a data provider probably,
Yes.
because it is trying to test, home URL and yeah, and then this is the one with the deactivated theme. Could you both please just tell me that I was not wrong in crying when I saw this code?
No, you were not. There is
Like,
clearly a problem here.
I'm crying on the inside mainly because I want to just like help you resolve it right now. Madness that might be.
Huh?
I think first step here is, if it's a bug, we do want to fix the bug.
Yes.
BC break is not bad if we actually identify
We
a
are
bug.
right.
But then we
To
need
be-
to have a test added to prove the bug,
Yes.
and then we can then like show that it happens in this situation and then patch it.
Yeah, more than anything, I think we need to first write a more complete set of tests for this whole thing.
I'm
And
thinking
pull
this is a
out-
bug.
Yeah, I think we need to pull out these two tests, create a separate class just for this function, improve the hell out of the tests,
Hmm.
and then see what is actually happening.
Hmm. Yeah, Sergey has a really good memory too. It might be good to also poll him on it and talk to him about this.
It's a shame he's not here today.
I talked to him earlier. He had some things he had to do this afternoon, but he said he'll be here for the next one. So,
Yeah.
but
It's just a shame.
yeah.
There's no obligation for him to be here,
Oh no.
and it does cost a lot of time to be in these sessions. So I
Yeah.
can fully understand him prioritizing
And good for him.
which ones he attends.
Yeah. So this is one I would probably ping him on also, and just to kind of see if he remembers the context around it, because he might be able to say, oh yeah, I didn't even, we in that whole thread of conversation in the ticket didn't see that part, and yes, that belongs up there. I would love to see that confirmation.
If this isn't a bug and this really should be separate, this basically needs to be completely refactored.
Yes.
Because these values should probably be an empty string as default, and then only if return URL is not empty, be set, and then the rest. Well, yeah. Oh gosh, this.
Yeah, this one needs a little love. So, but yes, you were right. You are absolutely right to go, what the? Yeah, this is one where we're going to need to do some research on it and talk to some people. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a bug, though.
Yeah, that was my gut feeling as well.
Okay. All right, so...
Could we...
I'm not sure if it's a bug. It just, no matter what this function is, needs more documentation to explain if it's not a bug.
Well, it is a bug because that property would never be set up in... Well, actually, it could have been.
Oh, yeah, that part is definitely a bug.
Yeah, no, it could have been. It's an assumption that it is set up there, which means the other ones would never have been reached. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the event the other ones get reached, because that one's not, then it's a bug. Yeah.
Yeah, and also consider, they presume return URL will always be set because people go to the customizer from the admin. But one admin of a site might email another admin a link directly to a customizer page. and that admin might still have a browser session open in which they're logged into their WordPress site, except they're not actually on
Yep.
their WordPress site,
Right.
and just click on the link in the email, and there won't be any referrer.
Well, too, and if you're looking at if that property, if the assumption is that property is always set, the property return underscore URL, then you wouldn't need the rest of the cascading checks, right? Because it would just always be set. So therefore, getting down here, you're just always assuming when you get down to doing the base name that that property is set. Well, you can't make that assumption.
No,
You've got a cascading flow there that it could, if it's not set, it's going to be something else. It hasn't been dealt with.
And earlier on,
Yeah.
that's actually checked correctly. So
Yeah. So,
I think this probably needs 2 days work just to fix this function.
oh yeah, definitely. Well, it needs tests. It needs, yeah. And then we need to figure out, is that supposed to be the property or is that supposed to be the return URL value that got set above? So,
Can we fix the WP get referrer though? The first bit where we're setting the referrer, because if we check for that to be false, and if it is false, set it to be an empty string, it will still pass the other check, and it would then not break the parsed URL. So adding an extra line just after the where $referrer is set, and checking to see if is false, set it referrer to be an empty string.
That would fix this case. Actually, this case would not be. No, there's danger in this case, but no, if it's false, it wouldn't go to the in array.
right.
And so if it's false or null, it wouldn't go into the it wouldn't pass to the refer to parse URL. So setting it to an empty string is not going to solve anything for this particular line. Or am I missing what you're saying, Kat? Because the problem here
I was just trying to. Yeah.
The problem here is that parse URL might return null, and the referrer might be whatever, but parse URL, because it asks for path, might be null, and that null then gets passed to base name, which will create the null to non-nullable situation.
So my suggestion here is that we check the referrer above and do the parse URL and do the other check above, and then we just pass referrer to the WP base name directly, rather than passing it through the parse URL. Because if we have no value, then it gets caught before the not in array check, and then we're not doing an inline danger, we're doing an explicit check and validation above. So that way we're pulling the parse URL out of the if and making it set the value, because if referrer if it fails, we can then set referrer to be a falsy value, which would then mean it doesn't get into WP base name at all.
Yeah, the thing is, I agree with you, and yes, it should definitely be pulled out. But how we do that depends on whether this is a incorrectly using return URL or return URL. If this needs to use return URL, this should probably be moved. And
there's a separate.
And if we reorganize the function and can reorganize it in a way that we can get rid of the else ifs and have returns in the ifs, then we can do an if referrer, and then within that part of within that control structure, check the parse URL for refer when we actually only need it, and even the base name, and only then pass whatever is the outcome is to in array, and if that passes, return out conditionally. And that would make the code a hell of a lot more readable and more comprehensible. Does it make sense what I'm saying, or should I sort of code it out?
No, I understand what you're saying, yeah, because of that first condition, we may not even hit the referrer. But yeah.
Yeah.
Would it be worth splitting that into two if statements? So you got the if return URL, else, then a new bracket, a new lot of conditionals, which would then have the referrer in it, and then check the referrer as the first if, and then blah 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 blah.
Then you get a very deeply nested function, because then we would have if else,
it
and
would
then
be it would be a one level extra, because it would basically be splitting the else if referrer line into an else, and then all of those three others there would become if else inside that.
Not completely, because if we do that, and I'm just sort of basically what we'd want to do is then do if refer, and then do
I wasn't thinking about changing the. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about changing the logic of the code. I was just thinking that by moving that if into an else statement, we can then shift the referrer down, because the referrer is then not even needed. So it then just becomes like if return URL property, else get the referrer from WP referrer, and then we can do the other checks, which would then skip one whole function call as well.
Yeah. I would need to see that code, but more than anything, we need history. We need to know where.
I'm writing Sergey right now, so by the way.
Yeah, we need to know more than anything. Is this return URL a bug? If it's not a bug, then the bug is that this is not done conditionally, because return URL might not be set. Yeah, at this moment, once we know what the function is supposed to do properly, then we can figure out code patterns on how to make it a hell of a lot more readable and more understandable and more efficient. But we need to know which part is the bug first. Is the fact that there's no is set around this the bug, or is the fact that this return URL instead of return URL is the bug? I have a feeling the bug is that there's no is set being used, that this is actually done on purpose. Especially with that ticket saying,
Yeah, I think it's that whole thing needs to be up above to make sure that property is set. Mm-hmm. And they really do want to use that property. Yeah. Because they're setting the property in the test, which is suggesting to me that they want to know this is what I'm thinking, but we're going to check that out. So,
yeah. As I say, they'll probably create a hell of a lot more tests.
Oh yeah.
And then basically rewrite this whole function. Because
I need to check out the code.
Yeah.
Create that clone.
Yeah. And this was the small what the fuck file.
Yeah.
And we've talked
It
about
was a
it for 45
tiny.
minutes.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the other one now, and we'll find out that that one, while it looks bigger, is actually very easy. just to be contrary with us.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so I need to fork this. Okay, forking to my thing, so I can then look at that later.
Feel free to go and do your thing with it and work on it. At this moment, I have no intention of working on this over the next few days or the next week or so. So if someone else is happy to continue work on this based on today's session, I'd very much welcome it.
Yeah, I'd like to get input to understand what the intent is there first, because then we can just go through and make a fix and put the tests in and know the direction that it needs to go. So I've reached out to Sergey in the core PHP channel to see if he might not even remember, but see if we can come up with, and we may need to ping Weston as well.
An amazing memory, though.
He has that's why I'm pinging him. His memory is incredible.
I'm posting the link in the chat, but that's probably not going to come through again. So if you could post a link to this ticket, Tonya.
Sure, I'll do that right now.
Because this is the ticket which probably needs to be spelled out and studied in detail to figure out what needs to be done. And it's not actually that long a ticket. It's only something like 10 comments or something. Yeah. So it's at least worth reading this and seeing what people are saying to get a feeling for what the buggy part is.
Yeah.
And probably actually do a real life replication test.
Okay, so I've pinged him for that, and once Sergey, his memory is incredible. It's this and that. Then that way we can validate and be able to figure out what the next steps are. Okay. I need to get going, actually. So I've got some...
It's your lunchtime.
Yeah.
After lunchtime probably now.
Yeah, it's probably dinner for you.
My dinner time. Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually got to make I got some errands I got to run before everybody shuts down here in the U.S. for the holiday. So...
Bank holiday. We've had a good 5-hour session again. I hope people found it useful. Thank you, Paul, for your contributions in the chat. Thank you, Kat, for joining us and also contributing in the chats before that time.
Yeah, thank you.
I think today was extremely productive. We've gone through a lot of fixes and approved a lot of them and made some minor changes to a few, but nearly all of those fixes are ready for commit.
Yeah.
So those can be committed after the bank holiday once you're back, Tonya.
Yep, I'll take care of those.
And then we've seen that there's some more challenges to go. We've got the next meeting set up for the 17th.
Yep.
So,
but we knew there would be more challenges left, so stay tuned. Yeah, Paul, you're right. This can be recoded, and it will be once we figure out what needs to be fixed there. Yeah, so let's stay tuned, and then we can all jump back on that one again. All right.
At the same time, things like the principles instability of all the callback functions in formatting are generally speaking higher priority, which is why I'm not looking at this straight away.
Right.
This is not my highest priority to look at.
Yeah.
At the same time, I mean, the canonical one, the function there, where there's all that another and danger, that's in the redirect function. So maybe we should give that more priority.
Yeah. This particular one, one of the reasons, we were talking about it, and it may take some time to ping the right people who can figure out what it's supposed to be, and that gives plenty of people time to chime in on, wait a minute, what should we be doing here before we come back to address it? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as you can see from my screen, and I can actually make, probably get a list out of this and or screenshot it or something. These are the ones which,
You're not screen sharing right now, so
oh yeah, sorry.
I'll
There's a
switch
list
back.
of some 50 calls to parse URL which still need to be reviewed and examined.
Yes. Yeah. That's a
So
big
we're
chunk
not
of
there
work.
yet. Yeah.
Okay. All right, but I think today we got a lot done. Sets up
Absolutely.
for all the commits that need to get done. We know we're going to have a great big old discussion about input validation during the next one, very specific to one particular area, which sets us up for something big. So, yeah. Plus, I got to meet Kat. Woo!
Kat, you're joining us next time?
Huh?
Kat, are you joining us next time?
Depends. I just need to just drop me a ping, and
Okay.
I'll. It depends on what's happening on what day. So,
Okay.
Friday the 17th.
Yeah.
mostly
time.
Fridays are free because my partner's off playing virtual Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm making myself scarce. But so yeah, I can make myself scarce by looking at source.
Yeah. We probably want to invite some other folks too that can come in and talk a bit about from a different point of view on input validation. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
let's see if we can get a good group of people together.
Yeah, let's see if we can. So, all right, everybody. Thanks. Have a great weekend. I'm off for 3 days because there's a bank holiday here in the U.S., but I'll be back on Tuesday. So everybody have fun in core.
And everyone who stayed with us until this time, thank you for your patience and respect for the fact that you've lasted this long.
Serious respect. Everybody have a good weekend. We'll see y'all later.
Have a good weekend.